Hey, what's up? Stream 131, and I just realized that I did not update my title, so I'm going to change that right now. Before anyone joins in, right? Do this fast enough that I never made a mistake, right? Okay, Stream 131 should say, the title should say Admin Player Consoles Moderation Queue, because that's what I'm going to work on today. Okay, but first I have some unfinished business from yesterday. I wanted to delay and sort the diagnostic messages that arrive at the orchestrator here. Now that I have timestamps, all derived from the same internet time source, I guess you can say, we can collect these and sort them and print them out. For example, you can see a lot of these are out of order because they're arriving from different servers, and they're just arbitrarily printed whenever we get to them. Yeah, so I think what I want to do is whenever we actually receive messages that have a timestamp from another server, we'll handle those a little bit differently than these ones, which arrive or which don't arrive from a game server, and also these ones as well. Actually, no, those are the ones we can also plug into the same mix. These ones are special in that they arrived as an initial batch, so there's like one message had all 6 of these messages in it. Although, you know what's weird is that these are mixed with that. I wonder if it's because it's all asynchronous now. Hey there, Hideo. How's it going? It's one of those Thursdays, you know. I'm doing good. I'm going to be starting on a new system of the platform that I feel that I need to have. I don't know if I actually need it, but I can just see myself putting this on the cloud and letting people log in and not having these tools and regretting what I did. So I'm going to be working on making 2 sets of tools. One for the admin to just get a list of all the players, history, controls to ban, that stuff. And another one is for both admins and mods to handle events in the game that need moderation. Like if someone flags someone else for doing something inappropriate, or a player has an issue and they open a trouble ticket, or if someone creates a new player name with some naughty word in it. So some kind of queue so that a moderator can quickly go in there, not spend too much time, but just make judgment calls, quickly get through it, and that's that. Being annoyed at Twitch again and doing good. Yeah, I'm always annoyed at the hosting stuff. There's 2 problems I have with Twitch. When I do unhost in my dashboard, it says unable to unhost at this time, and I'm like, what the heck? And then when I'm watching someone else, when they just start up, their stream starts, and then it flips back to the old host, and then turns back off. So it's some kind of bug. Bunch of people are joining in there. Hey, user 335 said who 12 redline not EU. Trumpet, how's it going, guys? Let me quickly do some waves here. This is like my thing. Since I have that emote where I'm waving, I can wave at everybody who joins in, and redline too. Did I miss anyone? No. I'm doing pretty good. So I'm going to be making what I feel is a necessary system in the platform that I'm making before I make it go live for other people to join in, and that's moderation and admin controls over players. Because I feel like if I don't do these, that something bad's going to happen and I won't have the tools really to address it quickly. Yeah, but before that, I really do want to get these diagnostic messages sorted by timestamp, because I tend to rely on this whenever something goes wrong, and the timing of events is pretty important sometimes. So I'm going to work on that first. So these messages are arriving from 3 different servers into this orchestrator program, which has this feature where if you run it from the console, or if it's a daemon, it'll log it to a file. You get this comprehensive collated diagnostic log. And right now it does not do any sorting, even though the messages arrive from 3 different pipes and the delays are slightly different. They can come in and be printed out of order. So I'm going to really put them in order. I'm going to do that first. Oh, a couple things that I did between streams. Oh, let me mark these. Oh, we did those yesterday. Right, so actually I guess it was just one thing I did. I fixed an issue with the design of the current player's message. So that's the message sent from a server in the cluster to the leader to let the leader know what an updated report of who's actually logged in. So there's a problem in that it was not synchronized with the log. So in order to synchronize it with the log, I made it into a actual command called client report. And then it's serialized with other things that happen so that if someone was in the process of logging in and it didn't get committed yet, it would be in the journal. Let's say it was like right here. Pretend that that's a login. And then immediately, if the server went down and came back up again, you would have an empty client report, which would basically say it cancels out the login. So every time now the server comes up, you'll get 3 reports, one from each server. And it used to be that the cluster leader would make a empty command journal entry to establish that it's term. But now I basically reused that, so now it's the client report. So you just see 3 client reports whenever you start the cluster, and if there's a leadership change, you'll get another 3 of them. Yeah, we viewers tend to migrate around the different streams, and I run into you guys all over the place. It's kind of cool, I think. It's like we have like each channel is its own community, but then there's a super community of viewers who tend to watch the same kinds of streams. It's kind of cool. All right, so we did that. I'm going to mark it off. Done. And I'm working on this first. Delay and sort diagnostic messages that arrive. Let's get started. Orchestrator. Oh, and I thought it was really cool that user335 apparently, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but he puts me on in the background, and I don't disrupt his work because, as he put it, he doesn't understand anything I say, so it doesn't distract him. I think that's kind of cool. I do the same thing on other streams too, like if someone is doing something in Rust or advanced React, like Adam's stream was like this for a while for me. I didn't understand a word Adam was saying, but it's sort of pleasant to have someone else working in the background, and I think that that is a social phenomenon, actually. Also, from time to time, even though the streamer is saying things you don't understand at all, sometimes you will get at least some aspect of what they're saying, and maybe it's something you're interested in learning or you know a little bit about but not enough, and then you kind of will shift your focus and maybe learn a thing or two, which I think is pretty cool. For example, once in a while said who will talk about a shader that he's been working on, and I'll flip to show that, and I can imagine people interested in art and graphics might find that interesting. So, all right, all of the diagnostic messages that arrive in the orchestrator come in through a message right here. Uh-oh. I was hoping not to run into that. That's a sign that there might be a problem with IntelliSense. I did clear out the cache this morning, which is interesting that it's showing up now. Hopefully it doesn't disrupt me. So, methods on for servers. Okay. A server, just keep in mind, a server is not really anything that magical. It's just a program. Typically does not have a console or a user interface. And instead of interacting with people directly through a user interface, it's mostly going to interact with other programs through interfaces, programming interfaces. A lot of the time it's just library interfaces, and other times it's network interfaces. So for example, this server is receiving messages through WebSockets, and they all get funneled to one place. This is kind of a pattern that works well for me is if you have multiple paths for interaction between servers, funnel them all through the same common method, and then you can address the logic there, sort of like a switchboard. So any kind of message that comes in from any server arrives at on WebSocket text here. And then it's basically, this is a poor man's table. I can upgrade this to a real table if I was not lazy, but right now I'm being lazy and it's just a chain of if-elses branching on the kind of message we receive. And then some messages, it depends on who actually sent the message. And that's either a property of the message or it's a property of the WebSocket, or we just look up whose WebSocket that is that we received the message from. Lots of different things you can do. You understand nothing of my code, huh? I'm hoping that from the names I pick that there's at least some hint about what's going on. For example, the data comes in as a string, but it's really a JSON string. So one thing we have to do is run a JSON value factory. So this from is a hint that says you're going to make a JSON value from something, and the something is an encoding. And a JSON encoding is a string. So we pass in the string, which is an encoding, and from that, you make a JSON value and store it there. So you don't have to really understand exactly how that works, but if you know the concepts of a JSON and how it's encoded as a string, perhaps a little bit, then you might be able to just have a hint about what's going on. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How's it going? Hope you're feeling better, Rally Monkey. He had I'll let Rally Monkey say if he wants, but he's going through a tough time right now. All right, so I am on Windows, but I can also flip to Linux like I did the other day and do much the same thing. I can do that in the background, just to show you again. Actually, it booted up pretty quick. So what I do when I want to cross-platform work is I will bring up a Cygwin shell and then SSH. Oh, wait, it's not even turned on. Hold on, I got to turn the thing on. Gotta press the power button on to turn on the Linux box. And I gotta wait like a minute or so for it to boot up. You shared your shader with someone and it was very messed up on Windows. Oh. I can try it out if you want. Didn't want to help you figure it out? Well, maybe it was intimidating. I know I'm intimidated looking at the code for your shaders, which is part of the reason I watch, because I hope to pick up something. Oh, this is your Redstone simulator in a shader. See, I just think this is really cool because I happen to know a little bit about this, that a shader is selecting a color. If it's a fragment or pixel shader, it's selecting a color for every pixel. So the fact that this isn't just an array of pixels, that there is superstructure here. You're building tiles out of pixels, and the fact that that's done in a pixel shader to me is pretty impressive. And on top of the tiles, you actually have logic here. Do you have it interactive now? Oh, I can pick stuff? Okay, how do I do that? I want it. This implies I can pick different things. Maybe not. How do I do it? I can pick a tile. Okay, but how do I pick something? Q or E? Or 1 or 2? Oh, there we go. 1 or 2 worked. Okay, how do I actually place it? Oh, Q. I see. E places. Oh, that's nice. It takes me a little bit of time to figure this out. It's not all. Oh, I wasn't picking the right thing. There it's working. How come I can't place over here, though? Is that beyond the end? It's a little bit difficult to get to understand at first, but I got it. That's pretty cool. So what's the problem that he was having? Because I don't see... Oh, is it the UI that's messed up? Yeah, well, it's still impressive to me. Is it... this, I don't understand at all. This is way too complicated redstone for me. When I get more than like 2 or 3 paths of redstone is a reference to Minecraft, for those of you who don't know. When you get past 2 or 3 of these redstone path blocks, I'm like, that's too complicated for me. But, yeah, see, I'm intimidated looking at this. But if you want, I can try this out later and try to figure out what's going on. Try to run Chrome. Let me do this later, if you don't mind. let me I'll do this after I eat after the stream, I think. So you want me to try that with use AngleGL as a flag? Anything else I need to pick up from what you said? You doubt this works though if Chrome is using dexpect. Okay. So it's has to do with which backend it's using. That didn't work. Hey there, Perry. Virtual Irish Pub. So creative coming up with all of these things that VIP stand for. Also, there's some conversion from GLSL to HLSO that's probably not working. But yeah, I hope it's okay, Sethu, that I postpone it until after my stream. But I'll try to see if I can figure it out. I might whisper you later about it. If anyone else is running on Windows and is up to the challenge of figuring out the issue here, let me see if I understand the issue. What exactly is it, Sethu? I didn't quite understand what the real issue is. You're desperate. Could you explain, Sethu, exactly what the issue here is, so that, you know, since I'm kind of dumb sometimes, and I'm slow, and I'm old, that I might need some help understanding? Is it that sometimes I can't place things? Because I was running into that just now, right? I was trying to place one out here, and it's not working. Is that the issue, or is it that the logic turning on and off here isn't working? I'm hoping you're typing up a description of the problem, explain like M5 version. And then if you do, I'll copy paste it into my notes. But yeah, everybody got that link? Anybody want to give that some help? That'd be cool. But you don't have to. If you look in buffer A, I don't know what you mean. There's a function to generate the map at the start. How do you restart this thing? Is it reset time? Yeah. The tab. I guess if I recompile, it's resetting it, right? Or do I have to reset time? Go full screen, change font size. I don't really know what I'm doing with Shader Toy yet. Hey there, Endorn. We're checking out Sethu's shader. He's having trouble with this on Windows. I don't quite understand. You want me to scroll it down? Okay. I don't quite understand what the problem is. If I did understand the problem, I would try to help him figure it out. Oh, controls E to interact, Q to destroy block. Number keys is, yeah, I got the number keys. This I understood, and I figured that one out too. There's a function to generate the map. Is it the play init? Up top. World right. Yeah, this one that you're calling, right? Whoops. So this is the one that's not really working for you? Okay, I don't want to spend too much time right now on it, but let me look at this later. Do I want to leave? Yeah, sorry. Okay. But everyone's welcome to try to figure it out. I just, I don't want to get too distracted if that's okay. Alright, so the, what I'm trying to do here is, there are two ways diagnostic messages can arrive. It's through here and here. And both, okay, they get funneled through the same thing. This server, this one right here. Only, okay. No, this one formats it, and so I need to sort them before I format them, or format them and then sort them and write them out. So I guess the formatting will do it in a separate step. So let's do the formatting here first. formatted message. System abstractions. Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm already having trouble with IntelliSense. Time to reset IntelliSense, I guess? Let me try resetting IntelliSense. So the way I do that is I close this folder. I go to the magic directory where the cache of IntelliSense is kept, which is app data, roaming, code, user workspace, and I just destroy everything. Goodbye. I think this is for the open instance, which I'll just leave it alone. And I go revisit my project, and then it should be rebuilding IntelliSense. And it also forgets where I was. And it forgets the kit I was using. That's okay. We don't actually have to rebuild everything, which is a nice thing. Hopefully, though, the IntelliSense will be working again. So, const auto formatted message system abstip. See, it's working again. sprintf, and then I can copy this part of it here. I'm wondering, should I include the timestamp in the formatting? I'll need to keep the timestamp separate. Let me pull out the timestamp. Hey there, Romani Hate. I'm doing well. How are you doing? It's a Thursday. Glad you guys could make it. So this is the timestamp, which we'll use here, and I'm going to use it in one more place. So instead, I guess we'll extract the level too. Yeah, extract the level as well. Right, because we're not doing this anymore. And so the same kind of thing I'm going to do here in a loop. Actually, that makes me think I should be making a helper for this. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make a helper for this. So this would be something like what? Push diagnostic message to be sorted. And I think you just give it the message. And then this is the body of that. And I'm gonna put it, I'll put it right here. But I don't like to put anything, any method that starts with an on to me is a signal that it's responding, handling, callback, and I don't like to mix that with helper methods. Oh, I already forgot the name. Okay, name second. First, the body. I don't want to lose what I had in my clipboard. Then I'll copy the name. Push diagnostic message to be sorted. And I think I just need the JSON value message. All right. Let's describe what this does. Format a diagnostic message that is encoded in the given JSON value, and push it into the buffer used to sort messages by timestamp to be printed out after a short delay. Which I have to figure out what the delay is. This is sometimes called a de-jitter buffer. They use this in voice over IP because you can receive pieces of the voice stream out of order, and in order to sort them in order, you push them into a buffer and you add artificial delay. So a message goes in, let's say the time is 0, and if your artificial delay is 20 milliseconds, then if it arrives at time 0, it sits there for 20 milliseconds. If its timestamp was 5, it would sit there and wait for 15 milliseconds. That's to give enough time for packets that should be sorted before it to be pushed in and then sent back out first to reorder them. This is the JSON encoding the diagnostic message to be formatted and pushed into, I guess I can copy this, right? All right, and we're going to call that for the every loop in this batch as well. I don't really care to do this marker that it's an actual batched message, do I? I don't think so. I think I just do this now. Okay. Although I don't want to lose what I was doing there. I'm going to copy and paste this up here and comment it out for now. Because I don't want to forget that I need that part at least. Actually, let me work on this a little bit. So, if we knew the level would go here, and this is not formatted anymore, it's just string. That is what, not available here? Oh, it's different for every. No. Why is this not available? Why is this not a member variable? Why did I do that? Is it? Oh, it's because there's one for every server. So I guess that has to tag along with the message, right? We'll have it tag along. So let me copy the documentation for it. This is the object to use to publish the diagnostic message. There's a different object for each message source server. So like the example here is the 10, 11, and 12 are actually different diagnostic senders because this information is encoded in that sender. Right. Okay, so that will work as long as I pass them in here. And that's too long, so we wrap it. Copy pasta to there. Okay. So you're saying, I will have tomorrow to interview your first person. What do you think you should look over? Or you're interviewing someone else? So you're on the other end of the table? You're the interviewer? I can tell you what mindset I get into when I interview people, or at least when I did, is I didn't really care to know if they could get the answer to any kind of puzzle. I was more interested in figuring out what their personality was as far as how they address problems, challenges. Would they give up quickly? Would they jump to conclusions, so to speak, and like think that they knew how to do it and maybe they didn't know? Or were they humble enough to admit what they didn't know? And if you could get them to admit that they didn't know exactly how to solve something, I was always interested in knowing what they would do. Like, do they prefer talking to other people to get advice, looking it up on Google, prototyping? What kind of methods they already knew. So I was always more interested in what tools they had already learned. What techniques they had already learned to deal with challenges. Like, do they have the basic knowledge on how to teach themselves, how to find an answer? Or would I end up spending a lot of time solving problems for them? In other words, how much time am I going to have to invest in teaching this person? Like, how much do they already know about learning? How self-sufficient they are. That's what I was mostly interested in. I didn't really care if they didn't know the programming language. I was more concerned with how quickly could they pick it up, or how much would I have to help them? Are they going to have a problem learning it in the first place? That kind of thing. So that's what I tended to focus on. I would use technical problems like like code up a double-ended linked list, right? Or a doubly linked list in C. I didn't care if they got it right or not. I wanted to watch how they worked on it, and if they ran into problems, were they communicative about what the problem was, or would they sit there and just stare at the whiteboard and not figure it out? If they stood there staring and not doing anything, that was a bad sign. If they were a little chatty about it and interactive, that was always a good sign for me. Okay, see you, Crumpet. Shouldn't people be experts at learning after a few years in school? They should be, but you'd be surprised how many people didn't know how to. Like, we would actually hire people and end up finding out that they didn't really know, they couldn't solve problems because they maybe in school they were always carried by their peers. So they were you know how when you're in a lab, this is more an engineering thing, right? You had to do labs and you'd have to team up with like 3 other people. If you're in a team of 4, there was always one person in that team of 4 that really just didn't want to do any work, and they would just get carried by the rest of the team. And that's the kind of person that we tried to weed out when we interviewed. The leeches, the people who weren't interested in helping or figuring out parts, they just wanted to be carried. And yeah, it's unfortunate. We try to weed those people out, and it's not too hard to find. They're the people that stare at the whiteboard and don't know what to do. If you don't know how to fix a problem, be vocal about it. Say, well, I really don't know how to proceed. Could you give me a hint? And then maybe I would say, well, what do you know? And then maybe if you could say something about the problem, like, I know I need to have 2 pointers, I just don't know where to store them. I can work with that, right? Standing there at the whiteboard and not communicating, though, is a bad thing. Because I'm like, what do I do? How do I help this person? All right, what are we going to do? So right now, let me fix this up. That's what I was doing. Fixing that up so that this is already formatted. Yes, we already did that, so it's just that. You want me to hire you? I need to actually make enough money to support myself, let alone hire employees. If I ever do, though, I'll tell you this now. The people that I would probably hire first, if I were to make my enterprise profitable, would be an artist and a marketer, marketing person. I think those are the 2 most important things. Probably the marketing person first, then the artist. Self-sustained employees, yeah. Artists, yeah. Have you seen Raimu art? It's not that great. I suck at art. And I'm really not that motivated to get better. Here's Raimu art. Now, I'm sure all of you could do better pixel art than this. So I would probably try to hire a good artist. Artist/musician would be perfect, right? Someone who could do both the artwork and the music. And if they could do user experience, that would be a bonus. But I think marketing is more important, actually. Watching other game devs kind of run into this wall where they made a great game, but just people don't know about it, is kind of scary to me. I would want someone who can help me make just getting the word out. Even if the game has Raimu art still in it, the more eyes you get on it, I'll get some percentage of people who won't care about the art and they'll want to play it anyway, right? So marketing, I think, is the first where I would hire. And yeah, second would be artist/musician user experience. Okay, so let me just build this. So this should actually still work. This is more of a refactoring step. I need to stop the cluster first. Because right now I'm building the orchestrator in place rather than staging it. Because I'd be lazy. So this should not break anything, right? Yeah, still works. And next step. Hey there, Playing with Scissors and a Buff Seagull. Did I say hi to you, a Buff Seagull? There, I said hi. And I'm doing it from the future. Isn't that weird? Broadcaster types in chat, it always arrives before they say they typed it. All right, so it's working. So now instead of printing it immediately, I'm going to push it into a buffer of some kind. So which means I need to have a buffer. Let's formulate one. Let's have the worker deal with it. Actually, the worker already deals with it, right? Indirectly, the worker is dealing with it. Actually, that means I'm gonna change it a bit. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, Clavinex, for gifting that sub to Karana TV. Now you can wave to your heart's content. I appreciate that, Clavinex. Thank you for the support. You're struggling with Lambda today. That's AWS Lambda. Stuff that I don't know. Yes, that emoji was designed by Playing with Scissors. So shout out to Playing with Scissors. He is a pro emoji creator. And you get a nice little copper gear next to your name. So, by the way, I found another streamer who also has gears for their sub badges, and I was like, that was my idea, Sonny. Don't you be stealing my ideas. Actually, we came to it independently, I'm sure. I need to make a queue, right? Actually, you know what would be cool is if I just made it a priority queue, right? Priority queue by timestamp? I hardly ever get to use this class. Priority queue, and I need to have a couple things in it, so we'll have our own diagnostic, formatted diagnostic message. So this would be diag sorting buffer. Let me make sure I remember how to use priority queue. It's been a while. Oh, thanks, Clavinex. Look at that nifty sub-gifter badge you have now, too. Alright. Priority queue is in queue. So we need queue. I have queue. I don't have formatted diagnostic message. Let's define that type. Where am I going to put it? I guess it really doesn't need to be scoped by anything, right? We can put it in the anonymous namespace here. Let's put it here. Struggling with the keyboard today. So this holds one pre-formatted diagnostic message that... Actually, that's all we're going to say. So this is the message. This is the content of the message. Actually, this is literally the string to print out. The string to publish for the message. And I'll make it content. That way I'm not using the same... Pro tip here, when you describe something, never use the word itself in its own description, because that would be lazy. Okay, I also need the level, I think. Oops. I think here I'm going to completely steal the documentation for what a level is of a diagnostic sender. This right here. Whoa, crazy formatting. This is used to filter out less important information. The higher the level is higher. Well, this is badly worded. The level is higher, the more important the higher the level, the more important the information is. Let me take the opportunity to fix it here too. There we go. Okay. Mr. Sir. That's a CM Griffin emote. Okay. This is used to sort incoming diagnostic messages from different sources. This is used to sort by timestamp incoming diagnostic messages from different sources. Messages are pushed in as they arrive. and pulled out once the server's timekeeper indicates enough time has elapsed to be reasonably sure that all previous messages have arrived and been published. There we go. So we're going to push into that buffer. Oh, hold on. It's not good enough to have it have one argument, right? Doesn't it priority queue take 2? Container, which we use vector. Is vector a good container? I guess we'll just use the default. But I want to have... Oh, no, we can use the default if I define a less. Less uses, I think less uses operator. What does it use? It uses hold on. Let me read this more carefully. Unless specialized invokes operator less than. So if I implement an operator less than, then I can use it with priority queue. So bool operator less than const and then another one of itself. Actually, there's like a correct way to do this that I always get wrong. I think this is it. Instead of, hold on, no, I got this wrong. This is how less is implemented. I wish they had an example showing something that actually implements operator less instead of, this is the lazy approach to use int. Okay, I'll just do it the way I know will work. Other. Const, right? Compare the object with another object and return an indication of whether or not the object is ordered before the other. Report request ID something, duration 2 seconds, build duration. What is that? People encoding not answering. I think I lost the context. Playing with scissors. Yeah, I don't get it. Sorry. I'm missing some context I need to have. Oh, that's the Lambda, AWS Lambda, right? You were billed for 2.5 seconds. I guess they round up. And what was the problem with the Lambda that you're having? Trying to set up a Lambda function to do a delete request. Code works locally, but for some reason it doesn't work when you test it. Doesn't work as in like, what, it doesn't do anything? It takes too long? I assume that you wanted to actually do the delete correctly and in a timely manner so you're not billed for a long time. 2.5 seconds to delete something doesn't sound right. It doesn't even hit the API. So yeah, so what's it doing? So it's sitting there spinning its wheels. I think I'll just make sure that playing with scissors is billed for 2.5 seconds and I'll do nothing. Is that what it's doing? Yeah, that's a good idea. Check to see if it's being ignored. Blocked by some firewall, right? Okay, other. This is the second object to which to compare this object. Indication of whether or not the object is ordered before the other is returned. Okay. I think we can just do this in line, right? Okay, I need to have the timestamp in order to do the sorting. This is the time in seconds past the Unix epic, which everyone knows, I hope, is midnight UTC, January 1, 1970. When the message was generated. Using AWS services in US East 1 with local code through ngrok. This wouldn't be an issue with anything in US East 1. Had to return a promise from the Lambda function. Wow, advanced stuff. I don't know enough about AWS Lambda or even JavaScript to really give you any sensible advice. I don't even know what ngrok is. It's just a tunnel. Okay. See, I always forget with priority queue which direction it is, and I have to read this carefully. A priority queue is a container that provides the constant time lookup of the largest element. Cause the smallest element to appear at the top. If we use greater. See, that's always backwards. So if we use the default, it'll be the largest. So I want my less than not to return. So I want to reverse it. So return timestamp is greater than other timestamp. Then I can be lazy. You don't have to overload the priority queue. Yeah, this is probably bad, right? I probably should do it correctly. If I want the least, then I should implement greater than, and then change the queue so that it is not the default sorter. So what does it want me to do? Standard vector. Or if I could use anything I want, right? And then here I can say standard greater of this. Okay. Hopefully that works, and I can now push stuff in. So that's what we're going to do after it's sorted for a while. And here we're going to push. One of something that I don't have yet. Formatted diagnostic message. Have I been going for 47 minutes? That sounds about right. If you need a promise, can't you do new promise? Resolve, eject your logic. On and... See, I was with you until you got to resp on end, and I don't understand that. That's how much I know. I understand the concept that you have two paths a promise can take. It can either be successfully resolved, or it can be, what would you call it? Errored? Exception? Failed? Response is a response object from the request, right? Okay. And I assume end means it's an event that can happen with the response when the response is ended. Yeah, see, that's stretching my guesswork and knowledge. End is the event gets triggered when the HTTP object is fully sent. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, learn something new every day. Has resolved and eject. Planar Services code is in Adam's Discord. Got it. All right. Now I can use this in front of here, and then dot, and then this is just message. And then we can push in, and we can actually move the formatted message in. Why did it do that? Move. Formatted message. Okay, and then when I do that, oh, this was content, right? And we're going to reuse the timestamp one more place. Okay, so I think what I want to do is reuse something here. What was it? When I make it publisher, right, when I queue it, yeah, here we go. This is what I want to reuse. grab that mutex and notify the worker thread to do this for me. So this goes in here. So we're going to synchronize with the worker thread, push that formatted message into the buffer, and then wake up the worker thread. Do we need to wake it up, actually? Actually, I don't think I need to. I'll just have the worker thread wake up at an interval. It already wakes up in an interval. Yeah, so I don't even need to do that. We don't need to do that at all. We'll just, every interval will wake up and we'll pull messages out that are old enough. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So let's do that in the worker. We'll put it near here. So process, what was it called? Something. I already forgot what I called the dang thing. Diag by priority queue. Diag sorting buffer. Process diag sorting buffer. And it'll have the, it'll be doing the same thing with the lock, where we'll hold the locker long enough to pull things out, and then we'll do the actual sending. Actually, I guess the sending is also asynchronous, right? Yeah, so I can hold the lock the whole time. That's fine. We'll pass in the lock anyway by convention. So I can just have it do two things here. Alright, so processing that buffer. Let's get our current time. So const.auto now is, do I have access to the timekeeper? No. Shared? Is that where I put it? Yes. And then I can ask it for the get current time. And then I have to decide what is the lag that I want. It doesn't really matter. I just pick something. Why is this not a const expr? Don't know. Now it is. Then this one will be as a double. So diag sort delay seconds. It's probably a tenth of a second is probably good enough. I don't need to see the message immediately. I just want to delay it long enough so that it can sort things correctly. All right, this is the amount of time in seconds to leave a diagnostic message in the sorting buffer before taking it out and printing it. I'm going to use that down here. So hold on. I guess what I'm going to do is say while not shared diag sorting buffer empty, const auto next message. Is that front, top? If next message timestamp is less than or equal to now, actually I guess that would be that plus that. So let's flip it around. If now is greater than or equal to that, right? Then we're going to pull it out and print it. So that's taking this out, using this code that I've been keeping just for this occasion. We're going to, oh, I need to cache that in the message, don't I? And what's that type? Its type is this. Why is that by reference? I can't put a reference in there unless I make it part of the constructor. I guess I can do that. Still on the clock? No, I got the clock stuff done. You want to see the clock, Nalaj? 09K clock? Pretty sweet. I actually trimmed some of the logic out. So after studying the performance and the frequencies and stuff, I figured out that the built-in clocks from the standard C++ library are actually pretty good. They're pretty precise and works both on Windows and Linux, at least. I haven't tried it on the Mac. But I do need to have two clocks because system clock can jump. It can actually go backwards, which would be really bad. And steady clock is not guaranteed on all platforms to be locked in frequency to the wall clock. So we're going to use both. And the algorithm is we generate our output clock based off of the steady time, but we always add some offset, which we initially compute to be the difference between the system clock and the steady clock. But then every time someone asks for the time, we're going to track how long it's been since we last sampled, and then use that amount to bump forward or back, so basically accelerate or decelerate our clock, some percentage of the amount of time that's elapsed in order to catch up to any jumps in the system time. So the system time, the difference between that and our now will, if the clock doesn't jump, it'll match the output offset. But when it doesn't, if it's greater than we accelerate, otherwise we decelerate, and have to have these caps if we actually reach that target. So yeah, it's pretty simple but effective. So the unit test looked like this. So real time 10, steady clock 0, and if the clock jumps back by a second and only a tenth of a second elapsed, there's that's now the target offset, or that's the difference in the target offset, right? So we expect that instead of getting 10.1, you get 10.099 because we're slowing down to try to compensate for that jump. Then here's testing jumping forward. The difference is now positive 0.1. So instead of 10.199, it will be 10.201 because we're accelerating in the other direction. Actually, I guess, yeah. Yeah, it can accelerate that far. And then here is just simulating a lot of time elapsing and the frequency not changing. So it pans out to be, we should get that system time back out in the end. It should track it again. So it works pretty well. And I basically don't need to use the performance counter in Windows because this steady clock, I think it ends up using that performance counter anyway. So yeah, clock stuff is done. Right now I'm working on sorting diagnostic messages that come in from different servers because as you can see over here somewhere, like here's an example of how they arrived out of order. See these two messages? They actually arrived 2 seconds before from server 11. And so I want to kind of sort these messages around. Actually, this kind of demonstrates that I might need a longer buffer. This might be a fluke because I have a debug build. But messages when they arrive out of order like that, I want to sort them before I print them. Otherwise I can get confused looking at this, seeing them out of order. Yeah, for example, these two messages should be flipped, right, in time. Because this one happened just before that one. It just arrived from a different server, so the delay is a little bit different, and this one ended up beating it in the race. So now we're pushing messages into a priority queue, and then after some delay, pulling them out from the worker thread and printing them. Okay, yeah, I wanted to make this part of this class. That goes there, and that means we need the constructor, which takes that, and then do this weird looking trick. This is the actually, let's make this explicit. This is the constructor for the class, the structure. So what length and time are you going to buffer for? I had it hard-coded here to 1/10 of a second. So that fluke I saw where it was 2 seconds, I don't think that'll really happen in production, because in production I'll run a optimized build. I'm pretty sure this is because it's a debug build. I guess I'm kind of being lazy. That I could make configurable, just like I was lazy here. I could make these constants configurable because I do have a config file for the thing. I'll wait until I need to make it configurable, and then I'll do so. So right now, 1/10 of a second. Right, so this needs to change, and it wasn't done. It wasn't done here. This is too long. No, it's good. This is the diagnostic sender to use to publish this message. And copy and paste. Actually, I wonder if I'm going to run into trouble with that in the compiler. I might have to make this a shared pointer instead of a reference. Actually, why don't I just make the message publish itself? And then this can do a pop right here. Actually, okay, that makes it complicated if it's const, so let me not do that. Instead, I just pull things out that I need. Okay. Is that it? Try it out, I guess. Yeah, I think I'm going to run into trouble with that being a reference to something and not shared. It feels wrong anyway. Yeah, the template doesn't like it. Yeah, the copy constructor is deleted because of that. Okay, well, we'll fix that. So this will be a shared pointer. We really are sharing that with the rest of the program, right? So I don't need a constructor. We'll just set it. That error indicator. Okay, here it is. So that means I have to make this a shared pointer as well. Hey, the Epic Unknown. How's it going? Ave. Okay, and then where we use it is an arrow. And where do I push? Here it is. So here, I guess it's all filtering back to the top. Yep. I'm changing the semantics of this in order to delay things. I guess that's okay. So wherever this is used now has to be updated as well. Oh, it's already a shared pointer here, so fixed. Uh-oh. Failed? You got yourself a .dev domain, what'd you get? Or you don't have to say, but that's pretty cool. I am doing pretty well. I was just getting this out of the way that I would plan to do yesterday, delaying and sorting diagnostic messages so that they arrive here in order instead of this weird stuff where it arrives out of order. Try to compensate for that. And then I was going to work on a whole new system of the platform that I feel I need in order to put this live on the cloud. I need to have some way to govern the system. So if people do bad things, like I need a way to like ban them, to mark what happened, stuff like this. So controls for the admin to like look at all the players, and then some kind of mod queue, so to be an efficient way for moderators to deal with things that happen and make judgment calls and that kind of thing. Lastname.dev. Nice. Okay, form. That's probably because I missed an arrow, not a dot, right? Yes. Only 2 places? One more? I think that worked. Taking a while to link, though. Wow, it's taking a long time to link. Wonder why. This is crazy. Over 30 seconds just to link? Uh-oh. It didn't work. We got a crash. Let's run it in debugger and find out why. What? Okay, it's not that thread. It's some other thread. Which thread was it? Not that one. Which thread broke? This one? I wonder if it's this one. Interesting. Oh, am I trying to lock it twice? That might be why. That does not lock. Does this lock first? No. This one locked it. I wish this would tell me useful information. Will this lock tell me? No. Well, shoot. What happened? Maybe I needed to turn that one on. I have a feeling that it's breaking after the exception happened. Aha. There's the exception. I think it's trying to tell me it's already locked when it gets here. Hold on. Aha. Yes. I think that's it. I think when we send it, it's trying to lock a second time. When it comes back up here to queue it. Yeah, okay. So I need to release the lock. I need to do this a little bit more complicated. That's not a problem. We'll make a list of ones that we're going to print. And then we'll unlock and then we'll print them all. So list of this thingy. What is it? I'm so dependent on IntelliSense these days. It is this one. Formatted messages to publish. So push back next message. That'll make a copy, right? Can I move from there and then pop it? Like, can I do that? I think I can. So it'll be in an undetermined state, but then we're immediately going to pop it anyway. And then we can unlock it. In order to do this safely. So while not this dot empty, I guess this should really be a queue. And that's just push. Front, right? And then pop. All right, let's try it out now. Oh, nice. So it's coming out and it should be sorted now. And there should be a delay now. Let me do something in the game that causes a message. So that would be like hitting refresh there. What's going on here? Connection refused? Uh-oh. What's going on with the leader server? Did it crash? Uh-oh. What's going on? Talk to 11, see what's going on. Unable to connect to it. Did it never bind its own port? No, it should have. Oh no, it didn't. What happened to it? 10 is stuck? Oh, it was already running. Oh, because was I in the debugger or something? Okay, yeah, let's cancel this. That's weird. That wasn't quite right. Control C. Something funny is going on here. It's getting stuck. Now it can't connect to server 12. Server 12 is launched. What is it doing? I guess I can attach to it and see. Attach to server 12. Where are you? We are Realm server, and then the one that says 12. Not running? What? We launched it. What happened to it? Did it die? It died. Whoa. Okay, what happened to it? And why is the orchestrator not doing its thing? Let me make sure its worker thread is still running. IntelliSense giving me issues. It's thinking. It's right here. It should just find it. Oh well. Okay, so this should be there, right? Ooh, it's hung up somewhere. Break. See where it is. Is it a deadlock? There's some kind of deadlock. There used to be a way that I could look and see which thread had the mutex. With this. Doesn't say though. Maybe that was in Visual Studio. That's the problem, right? I'm never getting to there. Yeah, it's a deadlock of some kind. Would there be a deadlock? What is the reason? Ping timeout. Weird. Weird. Yeah, I'll figure it out in a second. So it's trying to print this message that the server was killed because of a ping timeout. I just want to make sure, am I holding some other lock in this case? This is the main thread. It doesn't actually hold a lock there. Actually, it should be holding a lock. It is holding a lock. It's holding the orchestrator's main lock. And that's why I made this a different lock, actually. So what's the worker thread doing? Pick a thread, any thread. Probably this one. Aha. Is it never getting to here? Yeah, what's going on here? I already just lost the thread context I was in. It's here, right? There's 17 messages waiting. Oh, shoot. It's just going to keep looking at the same one over and over in an infinite loop while holding the mutex. Yeah, that's bad. Let's, can I kill the thing? I guess I can only disconnect and hit Control C there. A lot of messages there. Kill it normally. Okay, let's fix the bug. The else should be a break. That means the next message hasn't been in there long enough. So we need a break. Alright. Try again. I bet it was, actually I'm not sure why the Realm server crashed that one time. Because I'm not changing that Realm server, I'm changing the orchestrator. Anyway, it's working now, right? All 3 servers are reachable? Yeah. Let me try this a few times to see if I can recreate the bug where one of these stays red. Nope. Started opening a new browser window every time you have to Google for a solution. It's been working really good for you. Really well. A new browser window every time? I get into that habit where I open a new tab every time and end up with like 57 tags. Or tabs. Tags. Watch, I'm not going to be able to recreate the other problem where one of the Realm servers died and had to be restarted. Actually, maybe it was just, if the orchestrator works correctly, it should restart anything that crashes anyway. Maybe that problem is just there, spuriously, and I haven't been seeing it because the orchestrator just relaunches it. Oh, wait a minute, no. I know what it was. The ping timeout before it... Here, I'll show you guys. So, ping timeout, right? It's not going to receive a pong if the worker thread is stuck, right? So it will end up trying to kill, and it actually does the kill first. It kills it, and then it gets stuck here. So it was just killing it because it wasn't hearing back the pong, but it wasn't hearing the pong because the other thread was stuck. So it wasn't the Realm server at all. It was the orchestrator misbehaving. All right, that makes me feel better. So as long as the orchestrator behaves correctly, we shouldn't see a Realm server get killed. And now all these messages should be sorted in the correct order. So yeah, I'll see that as a little bit of extra delay here. I could increase that to make it even more prominent. So if I made this a whole second, for example. Actually, let's make it 3 seconds. Super prominent. So messages will get queued up for 3 seconds. So it'll take a full 3 count before I actually see anything here. There it goes. So now there's a 3-second lag on purpose. Yep, 3-second lag. I probably will want to tune that in real time. I mean, tune it in a configuration, so I should just do it right. So where would I put it then? Configuration. Yeah. So where is that used? It's used in this function. That's used in the worker thread, right? So what I can do, I think, the configuration is protected, right? Protected by that mutex, so I need to grab this mutex just to sample the configuration. 20 tabs open in 20 windows? That would be 400 tabs? Are you really looking up 400 different solutions? You're very productive. Hold on, I need to go use the restroom. I will be right back. Just a minute or so? Hello. Yeah, I have the same issue, Clavinex. I'm like, this is useful information. I'll probably want to find this later. And then I forgot to log it somewhere else. I guess we would classify that as OS efficiency. Would be to be more efficient, get into a better habit of like filing the information, closing the tab, and then moving on, right? Bookmarking, yeah, so you need to have a really efficient, easy to search, deep system to bookmark that stuff. I've been putting links in OneNote because I don't want to clutter my bookmarks too much. But it's not the best system. Okay. This does not inherently... No, it does get this lock. I don't like the idea of holding 2 locks at once. So I think what I'll do is I'll grab the configuration here in a little bit of a scope here. Well, hold on. This is going to get cluttered, isn't it? I should kind of clean this up, shouldn't I? Publish diag messages. Well, publish formatted diagnostic messages, and then this can take this queue. And then we can call this here. And it's a little bit cleaner. And then I want to have another block at the beginning. Instead of that, I want to sample the configuration. Const.o. Short name for that. Diag sort delay seconds. Shared configuration of that. And then interpret as a double. And then I can use that here. And then here's the trick part. I need to move it into the configuration. Okay, I've been labeling them orchestrator thing, so maybe that's what I want. To continue. Okay, so it's host configuration. Okay. Okay, so it's a little bit complicated, but I have to find the host that we're in. Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. Host configuration. And then during this, I need to lock the other mutex. Right? This one. So really I should make this its own function. Sample diag sort delay seconds for get. Huh. I've been lazy and not documenting these functions. Looks like. Yeah. Okay. I should fix that. But first let's do the code. So it's this code here. And we can just turn this into a return. And do that. This is a bit of a code smell that I have to do these unlock lock things. I can't think of a better way right now to avoid deadlocks. I really don't want to hold two mutexes at the same time because then I have to worry about lock order. And I have to have two mutexes because the what was it? This queue worker delegate could come in from any thread context because we're handing out a function that is a diagnostic message delegate. So who knows? I really don't want to keep track of which threads end up with that delegate, and we could be called from that. So I make no assumptions. It could be already holding the orchestrator mutex, so I don't want this one to use the same mutex again. I could make it a recursive mutex, but I think that's lazy. I think it's better just have a special mutex there. The cost is then I have to worry about doing stuff like that. You just make a new scope and have it unlock when it falls out of scope. This is sort of a reverse, though. It's like unlock while in scope. And relock when you're done, like a reverse lock guard. Yeah, as far as I know, there's no object that will unlock at the beginning and lock on the end. It's usually the reverse, right? That's what this does, lock and then unlock. It'd be kind of convenient to have something that did that. I guess I could make my own, like reverse lock guard. But but then again, yeah, I really don't want to sanction this. This is sort of a code smell to me that I'm doing something wrong in the design of how I use mutexes. So I'd rather keep it so that whenever I look at this code, it makes me stop and think, yeah, there's something wrong here. I should probably look at that at some point when I get a spark of inspiration about a better way to do it. I'll come back here and clean this up, I think. Yeah, needs a refactor. Yeah, get to it later. I like the idea of making like entire stream focuses being refactorings and like not have to switch between new feature development and refactoring in the same stream. So process worker delegate queue, what does that do? Empty out the queue of delegates to be called from the worker thread and call them. And this lock, this is a lock of the worker threads mutex. And should be locked on entry and will be locked on exit. This is part of that code smell. The fact that I have to do that unlocking and that I have to have that lock in the beginning is part of that problem. Sounds like I'm refactoring way too much. Maybe have different definition of refactoring. Maybe my definition, maybe I overuse that word. So what word would you use to describe cleaning up of code, making it more readable, and addressing code smells? Is that not refactoring? Maybe I should be using a word like cleanup instead. Publish formatted diagnostic messages. Empty out the given queue of formatted diagnostic messages. Publishing each one in order. Publishing each one in the order queued. So this is given that. This is the queue of messages to publish. On exit, it will be empty. That feels like it should be on the second line. There we go. Return the configured diagnostic sorting delay in seconds. Note, this grabs the orchestrator's main mutex in order to safely sample the current configuration. Return You don't have to clean up too much after your code. That's because you write sparkling clean code from the beginning, Playing with Scissors. You're better than I am. I write crappy code and then I have to go back and clean it up. I think it's just a bad habit that I have. You do it after you finish the feature. Yeah, that's probably a good thing. I just need to make sure that my features are not too complicated that it delays me going back and cleaning it up. Because sometimes the badly written code that I do, if it persists too long, like if the feature's too big, it actually hides bugs and hides design issues. Okay, this comment we're going to steal and change here. empty out. Hold on. Really, it's this one I want to copy from. Empty out the queue of... No, it's not empty out. It's sample the current time and pull out for publishing any queued pre-formatted. Hold on, I saw the chat. I'll get to it in a second. Diagnostic messages that are due to be published. Hey there, Tim. How's it going? Shout out to Tim. He has made his own game engine in C++. It's pretty cool. Not many people, you could say, make their own game engine. And not only has he made that game engine, but he's developing is it a rocket-powered car racing game in that? It looks pretty awesome. Check out his stream. Lock. Yes, so that's what we're gonna say. Alright, so this is well documented and working now, right? To test it, I need to make sure that the new configuration item I added here is actually in the real server. The real server's configuration file is on the stage. I need to move the stage. Right now the stage is buried here under the build directory, which is not ideal. But here's the real, the staged configuration, and I paste it there. So that now I can run that. So now everything should be delayed by at least 1/10 of a second, right? And now I can go in here and just change the number to delay it more if I want. So I can just do serve, not even change anything. Now it should be delaying messages from the game by 3 seconds. Yep, so they are. About 3 seconds. Sweet. So restore that to 1/10 of a second and go again. And I think I'm done with that feature. Yay! Time to check in. So how's it going, Tim? I was writing my own game engine, but that was before I started streaming back in July of last year, or June of last year. I've been working on a game engine mostly to abstract away the differences between DirectX and OpenGL. I don't know if I've ever showed this on stream. I can show a little taste of it. How about that? I was working on that, but I kind of put that on hold because I wanted to make my own web server, and then that turned into wanting to make my own web-based game. And I never really got back to it. But let me show you guys a little bit of a taste of that. So let's make this. I need to have that auto hotkey to do that. Whenever I have to resize that window, I think about that. But yeah, I had a game engine I was developing here. Your worker takes up every 100 milliseconds to check for diag. You'll then receive 2 messages. Though they should be committed in order. Were you seeing a problem with it being out of order? If it's basically allowing them to accumulate longer than they even need to be, so it should be even better for the ordering. This one is out of order because it's beyond the 1/10 of a second threshold. I don't mind that because it's a debug build, and I actually expect that to happen for a debug build. It's in the release build, or messages that are coming really quickly behind each other that I wanted to have them collated correctly. Like here. It's important to me that these be in the correct order, even if they arrived out of order. I can no longer actually see if they arrived out of order, because why? This is the timestamp that we're actually publishing it, not when we received it. And that's the original timestamp. It's kind of hard to see, but I bet you if these are maybe out of order, they're now in correct order. Anyway, the game engine that I was working on the side, called Digital Sterling, so the core of it was that I could abstract away the differences between DirectX and OpenGL. So for example, shader program, actually this is a bad example. How about something like texture? That's a good one, right? Everybody knows what a texture is? So there you can have a minification, magnification type, nearest neighbor or linear interpolation, right? And then you have the size of the texture, and you have number of color channels. You have a bitmap data associated with it, a flag whether or not to generate bitmaps, all the standard things. But there's nothing in here that's intrinsically OpenGL or DirectX. So instead, there are two implementations: texture OpenGL, and then there's a texture DirectX, which is where is that my texture direct? Oh, that's under Windows. So there's a texture DirectX. So it's in the implementations of these that we hide the fact that we're doing DirectX stuff, like this D3D10 device, shader, resource view, all the things that are DirectX specific are hidden away in this class in the implementation. So what would be an example, I guess? Is fill an external method? Yeah, so fill to replace the texture with new bitmap data, right? So on DirectX, you do a update sub resource, right? But in that's DirectX. So in OpenGL, it's different implementation, right? Fill is bind texture text sub image 2D. So that was my whole goal with my engine. My engine really wasn't a full game engine. It was more started out as a project to support both DirectX and OpenGL using an abstraction layer. And the engine is sort of that abstraction layer. So I can now see there's an OpenGL version of fill and the DirectX version of fill. Yeah, that's okay, bug found. When you say it will happen within a tenth of a second delay, I think you need to sort the expired diagnostic messages before committing them. Oh, they should all be sorted by the priority queue. That's what the priority queue's job is. And they'll just, with that extra delay, they'll just sit there longer. But they should still come out first if they're old, because the priority queue sorts them for me. You prefer the DirectX API, but you chose OpenGL due to cross-platform capabilities without issue? Yeah. I flipped to the DirectX API because at my last job, I had been doing stuff exclusively in OpenGL, but then we started running into customers that had OpenGL issues, and they were on Windows, so I'm like, screw it, I'm not going to try to figure out what's wrong with their OpenGL version. I just ported it to DirectX, and the problem went away. So that taught me a lesson, that DirectX API is a lot more stable and uniform across all customers' computers than OpenGL. OpenGL is a lot more fragmented, and there's all sorts of weird corner cases because it depends on what graphics card they have, what version of OpenGL libraries they have, what operating system they have. Lots of different fragmented pieces of the API, whereas DirectX is pretty uniform. So yeah. So I had abstracted away texture, vertex array, vertex buffer, window. Shader program I kind of cheated. So a true abstraction for a shader program would be to either have my own shader language or for one of the two port from GLSL to HLSL or vice versa. But I ended up cheating, and so to use my abstraction, you basically have to do both shaders because you don't know what the abstraction layer is going to pick at runtime. So you have to provide both HLSL and GLSL, and it picks one of the two. Yeah, it looks like I also did depth buffer occlusion query. Occlusion query is an interesting one. So an occlusion query in DirectX is a query of type query occlusion predicate. And then in, what is it in OpenGL? This is kind of a nice side effect of doing this is now I can kind of compare the two technologies. And I can see, oh, what was an occlusion query like in OpenGL? It was a gen queries, begin query, end query, get query object, whereas DirectX was, I already lost the window. Right, create query, begin, end, get data. I kind of like these COM pointers. Remember those? That was like the smart pointer for COM in C++, the ActiveX stuff. Kind of like that. Oh, here's another trick if you don't know. you do not actually have to tell your build system, for Windows at least, that you depend on something like some library. If you use a pragma comment lib, the you don't have to tell the linker anything. It's like embedding information in the compile stage that's given to the linker later. Kind of a cool trick. Anyway, yeah, I added more to the thing to end up making it more like a real game engine. So I have the concept of models, so you can have bones, and you can have layer and model collection. The different objects that you can use, because I have a physics. I wrapped a physics engine, which is Bullet. Whenever you see BT, it's Bullet. And actually, for a while, I played around with swapping out Bullet for was it Eigen? No, there was another game engine I was playing around with that wasn't Bullet, which kind of proved out that my abstraction layer worked, because I could do that, and then my main test game didn't have to change, right? So I had pose, so I had some rough 3D models in here, and also had the UI elements, right? So I had combo box, button, and there's like 9 slice stuff in here somewhere. Where was that? I don't remember. It might have been in layer. Oh, draw billboard, that's what it was. The draw billboard ended up doing the 9 slice stuff. At some point. Is it here? No, it wasn't draw billboard. Draw billboard was the simple quad stuff. Oh, here is this the 9 slice stuff? Yeah. Do you see where there's drawing the top, the bottom, the left, the right, and the center? That's to do the 9 slice stuff. And yeah, this is horrible code that really needs to be refactored, but this is before I was streaming, when I was a bad coder. Yeah, making your own engine is a lot of work. That's why I always like to shout out Tim for your making your own engine in C++, because I admire that, because it's a ton of work. And all I'm really doing is abstracting away a bunch of stuff between different OSs. Yeah, fun project. Last time I worked on it was 2016, so I guess I'll eventually get back to it. But I want to make a game first, and I don't want to make a game engine, I just want to make a game. Alright, so that was done, right? Did I check that in? No, I did not. This was irrelevant. Separate change. Orchestrator. Use const expr instead const. This was, let's see, make sure this all goes together. It seems to be, yes. Sort diagnostic messages from game servers. Cool. I think even if it's OpenGL only, there's like just like a ton of stuff that goes into a game engine to make it complete, so. Oh, don't feel bad for using a game engine. You should feel more like we're crazy for making our own engines when there's lots of engines already out there. Tim is a little bit crazy, I'm a little bit crazy. It's a good kind of crazy, though. I like to think of it as I like to get to the core of things and understand it, and for me the most fun way is to just do it from scratch myself. It's a bit crazy because I spend an awful lot of time where I could get much further on just using an existing engine. Never feel bad using a tool that works for me? Yeah, that's true. I still think it's a little bit nuts to do stuff from scratch, but I just enjoy it so much. All right, we're done with that card. Notice how I made it green? So I no longer have those ET eyes, because I have a blue screen, not a green screen. So that reflection now doesn't do the ET eyes. Smart. Done with that. Okay. Now these two are huge things, and it took me an hour, almost 2 hours to do that. I thought I'd do that in like 15 minutes. So I'm probably not going to get any of this stuff completely done. I think what I'll do is I'll do this one first because it's less work, and I'll try to get it done. And probably this will be broken up into many pieces over the next few days. All right, so essentially we want to be able to get a list of players with a bunch of information in them, and in the front end I want to be able to sort them out. I want to be able to attach a note to any player. I want to be able to see basically a list of things that happened with the account, and I want to be able to ban players at the touch of a button. And then I guess this goes along with that. These might be combined together. Let me move that up. The history and the moderation tickets I might fold together. The history could just be a list of events, and one kind of event could be a moderation ticket. So much making a game engine's architecture. There's a bit of architecture, but there's also a lot of the detail. The devil is in the details, right? You certainly want the architecture to be good. Otherwise, people will find that they just can't make big enough games. If the architecture can't support scaling a large game up, then yeah, it's more of like a toy than a real game engine. I like architecture, but then again, it kind of scares me because I think that there's a much tougher test you have to pass, which is, can the architecture sustain a large system? And you kind of get deceived when you make a small system and you say, "Oh, that worked," and you kind of just assume that you can make a large system, and then you find all sorts of, what do you call them, fragility points, that a small game it didn't matter, but when you make a big game, it's like, oh crap, that's way too slow, and the only way to fix it is to redesign it. That's what scares me. Alright, so, right, we're moving on to something completely different, so close everything. So, downloading the player list. I actually had something I removed, and I want to add it back. So I'm going to pull it out from Git and just revert it. That was, I removed this get all method because I thought I no longer needed it. But I believe I need it again. So I'm going to undo it, which is revert. Boom, done. Git is cool. Yeah, it is. Making architecture is good practice for writing APIs. I also like to practice writing APIs just by breaking up even smaller systems into pieces. So I'd like to show this diagram. Each one of these boxes, between each one has an API, and that really helps make the entire system kind of fit together nicely, as if the APIs are well designed and formalized. Be able to completely change how resources are managed and how shaders are rendered under the hood with zero API breaking changes. Yeah, that's a sign that you designed that API well. That's always a good feeling. It's like you passed a test, right? You are now pro architect. Pro architect, yay. Download player. Oh, yeah. I wanted to run all my unit tests to make sure nothing broke. I didn't break anything. I don't do this enough. Run all the tests, please. Oh, looks like something's broken. Config? Why would something be broken in config? Leader updates configuration upon becoming leader after Orchestra launches old version. Oh, I think that might be broken because that test was too sensitive to what happens when you become leader. That's my guess. You should use more flowcharts. I should too. I made this one flowchart, and the sign that you need to make more flowcharts is one of two things happens. The first flowchart gets too complicated, which this is, which is a sign that I should break it up into sub diagrams. You really want each diagram to have a manageable number of pieces. This is way too many pieces, so I should break that up. The second sign I find that is a warning that I should be making more diagrams is when I know that there's a lot of things inside one box, and I start forgetting how they're organized. So I should, like, for example, coordinator. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pieces inside of it. It deserves its own diagram. And also, I guess the third sign would be if someone asks a question and you really can't explain it with words without a diagram, you should make a diagram. Diagrams are really aids in explaining. So if either someone asks a question and you need to explain it, and a diagram could help, you need a diagram. Or if you're making, like this, a notebook page, and you expect the notebook page to succeed in teaching someone where things are, and a diagram can help, that's where you'd use it, I guess. Okay. I keep going off on topics and then I forget what I'm doing. The sign I'm getting old. Okay, down. Right, I'm fixing that test that broke. Leader. So that is in config. 9247. Yeah, it made the assumption that there's one entry change configuration. I bet it's because there are now two. Yeah, there are two. So if the test is just that it updates the configuration, we don't really care how many there are as long as there is one of those. So let's just change this to be a loop through for const auto entry in mock journal entries. And then we'll have a flag that would say change configuration found, initialize to false, and then we'll just expect it's true by the time we get out of that loop. And then we'll pull off entries individually here. We already have entry. We don't need to assert that. We can just say if it's null, we skip it. And then here, if that equals that, then we do our thing. We do our thing, which is that we found it. Then we cast it and expect the configurations there. And then once we found it, we're done, I think. We don't need to find it again. So now the test is less sensitive to other things it doesn't care about. So, fix broken test too sensitive. Coordinator tests. Fix, I'll just shorten this. Fix test that was too sensitive. The name of this test was what? That's a really long name. Was too sensitive to other commands that can be added to the journal when the server becomes leader. Right? Oh, what do I use for diagrams? Sorry, it took me 3 minutes to answer that. What I use is draw.io. I'll show you the workflow. It's a really nice site that I found. Actually, did I find it? I can't remember if I found it or another streamer told me about it. But what I do is I keep them in XML files using whatever format this draw.io uses, and then so I can open them back up. And then when I'm done, I save the XML and then I export as ping, and I store them both in my doc. I store them in the doc folder in the repository so that I can look at the diagram at any time, and then I can draw on it by reloading that into draw.io, and then it gets checked into version control. So if I want, I can show the history of that file. And how do I compare? I haven't really used GitLens that much. Hold on. I hit the wrong button there. Here we go. So this is cool. I can see what I did to the diagram. I removed reconciler because I figured I didn't need that anymore. And then I made coordinator needs to talk to executor directly instead of being indirect. Yeah, so every time that's why you want to check it into version control. But I keep the original XML so that I can do the actual drawing here in draw.io. Vulkan game engine. Yeah, it said who. I thought you were looking into Vulkan for a while. 7th or 8th attempt? Wow. That's dedication too. I think the game that I'm making right now, you could call my 4th attempt to make it. But up until now, it's all been single player, and I guess I'm just getting too ambitious, maybe, making it multiplayer. Okay, that test is fixed. On to doing the real work I was going to do, which is we're going to add the downloading of the players. How do I want to do this, actually? I guess we're just going to give it to the front end. So there's going to be some kind of message that we can send, an admin message that gives us the players list. So that would be under test source coordinator. I feel like I should open up another set of tests here. Yeah, I think I will. We'll start with auth admin. We'll copy paste that, and we'll call it. What am I calling it in the today's topic? Whatever I'm calling it there. Player controls. Admin player controls. All right. This module contains the unit tests of that class that have to do with the administrator's controls for managing players. All right, so let's add that to the build list. How is it sorted? It's sorted first. All right. Rerun CMake. Configuration done. Okay. So I can fill in the stuff. So we can clear out all the things. Actually, let's keep that around. Clear out all the other things. And let's make our first test here. So which would be download player list. Okay, let's keep it simple. Actually, it doesn't matter. I was going to say always be the leader of the cluster, but even if we're not the leader of the cluster, we should be able to sample the player list, so it doesn't matter. Okay, this is old code. I redid this to be a little bit better. This stuff here. Actually, no. Auth. Well, I'll use the same stuff, but it's really admin, not player. And I have to authenticate as the admin. Do I do this anywhere else in the tests in a helper? Common. Common do this? No. I really should make that a helper. Look at how many times I do it. One of those refactoring points I need to have. Every time you're reminded of OpenGL or Vulkan, you remember that Apple exists and you're filled with anger and sadness? What did Apple do to you? I'm sorry for whatever Apple did. I put myself into the mindset for companies like Apple that I like them for certain things and I dislike them for other things, but in the end they're a corporation and they're not a person. So I classify them differently. I don't truly hate corporations. I know that they have problems. There are things about them I don't like, and I try not to dwell on the things I don't like about them. They deprecated OpenGL. Oh, they went with their own thing. Was it Metal or something like that? So this I kind of need to make a helper for, but not right now. So the arrangement is we become admin, and then we're going to send a message called get players, I guess. And then we'll assert that we get back a message. wait for this one. This kind of a assertion. We wait for the message we expect, and it will be type players, and then players, and then we're going to have something in here. JSON array. Yeah, why not? An array of stuff. And then I actually need to make actual players here, so add test user, I guess. Now let's add both. Test user 2. How come it doesn't want to go into the... They can't find the bodies for those? Interesting. IntelliSense problems? That's in common here. So we should see Alex and we should see Bob. Let's start simple. So let's just have just their names for now. And maybe where they're logged in. Username Alex, right? Let's just start with that for now. Add stuff as we go. I should see both Alex and Bob if I ask for the players. So let's build that. What was insane? Doing modeling, skinning, animation, texturing on top of doing the coding? Well, yeah, don't try to do too many things at once. Metal has problems when you try to make and distribute a game. And there's a... So, Metal... Is Metal used on iOS as well? Molten VK. I've heard that before. I don't know much about it. Alright, so this test will fail. Fail, please. The failure is that we do not get the message. So we add the message. Where am I going? I'm going to source coordinator. I guess we're adding a whole new module here. Let's take auth and rename it to player controls. Admin player controls. And same thing with this. Alright. Oh, opportunity to use the Pragma once now. A new kind of header guard. New and improved. So if auth is everywhere... No, auth is not everywhere. I need to adjust... Actually, we'll just do a Control H on this. Full... Match case full word only will be admin player controls. Replace. And then turn those off. And then we're done. Okay. I don't know what I'll need to include here. Oh, I need okay, I'll need WebSocket context and value because those are all the, no, those are messages from other servers. Where are the ones that come from admin? I don't remember. Let's look. It's these ones. Oh, client message handler. Okay, so we need WebSocket context, WebSocket, client record, and JSON. WebSocket, JSON. I don't need that. No. Don't need that now, so we'll remove it. I don't know. Where is that actually used? Oh, we have our own sender. That's right. I need to hook that up. Okay. WebSocket, WebSocket context, client record. I'm not pulling that in explicitly. Let's pull it in explicitly. Okay, now I feel better. This is a component of the coordinator. It's responsible for handling all messages from administrators. That messages from administrators let's do it this way, that have to do with the management of players in the game. All right. Just use programmer art. You could also download open source art. There's what were we talking about yesterday on whose channel was it? It was a streamer I didn't know about that I was watching, and I saw the art there, and I'm like, oh yeah, I was looking at those tiles too. That'll get you started. Be something for some pixels for people to look at, right? Okay, I don't need a crypto signer. I don't need that. We're gonna start small, so it's just mostly empty. We're just gonna have one message, right? It's gonna be the whatever message I had in the test. Get players. And we'll have the rest of it be empty. Is that right? Did it look right? Looks right to me. Let me add it to the build list of files. Okay, here we go. It has two things. It has its own header file. Here. And then its own source file. So let's make sure CMake is happy. It is. CMake being happy helps the tools find include files so that these all get resolved. And why does it have problem with that? Oh, right. I have to, that's within that namespace. So I had a trick I did. I defined it as an opaque type here, I think. Here it is. So struct admin player controls so that I can do this. And then that's good. Okay. Okay, same trick here. That rename, turn that off, done. And then what do I need here? Don't know. Probably don't need all this stuff. Don't need commands. Probably don't need this stuff yet. I don't know. Why are we not including? We should include JSON value. Because we're going to make our own JSON values. Wait a minute. Why is that? What am I missing? Is this supposed to? That's probably supposed to include the other. Yes, here it is. Supposed to include all of the pieces so that they're not opaque anymore. And then that allows that to resolve, right? Come on, do your thing, IntelliSense. I think it will. I'll just let it think about it and do some more updates while I wait. That's the signature I want, right? Or get players. And the only thing I really care to keep is if there's any snippet that does a WebSocket send text, I want to keep that around. We'll keep that around in a comment. I'll blow everything else away. All right. Let me just make sure that that builds. Oh, that's right. I didn't connect the diagnostic messages. I should do that. They all get aggregated together here in the constructor, I believe. Is it here? No, it's in the other constructor, outer constructor. There we go. So all the diagnostic messages get aggregated together here. Admin player controls. And this was never defined. This component is responsible for whatever I said it was up here. Handling. All messages from administrators that have to do with management of players in the game. Yes. Hook up the diagnostics. And then allow it to be unsubscribed at the end. Cool. And then, did I have to do anything else? I don't think so. I don't think I needed to hook it up any other way, so it should be ready to go. It should build, it should still fail because I'm not doing anything in that message, but that message handler it should reach. So if I really wanted to, I could just do this to make sure it gets there. It doesn't, okay. Oh, I didn't hook it up in the table. Hey everyone. I should make a special message for everyone. Everyone is the lead developer, if you don't know. Lead developer of what, you may ask? And the answer is yes. We have another viewer here, everyone, EJ, who made a registration of a .dev domain. I'm looking back to see what it was. I know you were hoping to get lead.dev and it was a bit too pricey because it's a premium domain. What was it? Anybody remember? The lead developer of what? Yes. Okay, I don't see where it was. I'm looking back through chat to find. Oh, it was lastname.dev. The Epic Unknown has registered lastname.dev. Yeah. So EJ, we're all waiting for you to find a really cool name that is not a premium dev. Someone registered it? Oh man. They probably have heard of you and are now going to extort like $1 million from you for you to get it, right? Actually, you know what would be really cool? If whoever registered it just gave it to you for free, saying, EJ, you deserve this domain. The lead.dev is taken too. Man, they're quick, aren't they? Gobbling up those domains. All right, to get that to work, I need to actually put it in the table. The routing table for all the commands in the server. Sounds important, doesn't it? And it is. That's why I made a table. So it's classified as an admin message, so it goes here, and trying to keep it in alphabetical order. And it is now going to be put into the admin player controls. There we go. Now it's hooked in to the mainframe. We're in. And when I debug that, we'll get to that handler. Yay! Now we actually have to do the right thing. Here's the somewhat easier part. To do the right thing, I think all I need to do is say impl. Where did I still stash the players? Is it just players? No. Profile. That's where I stash the players. Players. And then I call it, or I call get all, and then say const auto players equals that. Use the marvelous IntelliSense to tell me what type it is. It is a map of strings to player records. So we're going to formulate, let me think about this. Auto message equals JSON object. And before that, we'll put it in here. Type is players. Is that what the test expected? I don't remember. Let's go look. Yeah, players. And then players will seed with an empty JSON array. And then I'll be crafty and I'll get the players. Let's call this one, if that's the actual records and this is the encoding, players encoding, message players. And then I can loop through all of the players. Go const auto players entry in players. I could actually just do this. This is maybe a little bit easier to read, though. Your last name is available. You should grab it. Kombucha? Yeah, can't recommend this stuff enough. This is tasty stuff. And this is a ginger kombucha. Great stuff, and it's supposed to be good for your immune system. So, bonus. The best lead is available. L3AD is available, but I bet it's premium, right? $12 a year? Uh-oh. Should grab it, EJ. Okay, so for every player record, we're going to add to the player's encoding a JSON object. And what did I decide to put in there? Just the username for now? Players entry dot first. And then I'll get to reuse this stuff here. So we're going to send the message encoded. There we go. Oh, message is overloaded. So I guess we'll call this response. That'll work, right? And then this should pass now. No? Unexpected error. Oh no. What's the unexpected error? Debug and see what exception it hit. What? Oh, impl is net set. See that curious value CD CD CD? There's a little bit of interesting lore in Visual Studio. Whenever you see CD 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 CD, it means you have an uninitialized variable. So another pattern you might see, I think it's DD DD DD. I believe you'll see that pattern if it's been destroyed. If it's a pointer that's to something that's been destroyed. And these patterns are lovingly crafted by the Microsoft runtime library when you're in debug mode to kind of assist you. They're little hints. This is a hint that I did not initialize impl, which is indeed the case. I did not initialize that. I knew I was missing something, and that's what it was. I just need to remember, where do I initialize the impls? Oh, there we go. Admin player controls impls this. There we go. There's that dreaded keyword again, this, which leads to so much pain in JavaScript. Pain. You don't know pain until you've run into a JavaScript this problem. Okay, sad news, I'm out of kombucha now. And that was 2 servings of it. So for those of you who don't know, kombucha is fermented black tea. Flavored. Okay. If null is not equal to pointer and CD. Oh, you actually used it in the code? Well, you could do that for if you know it's a Windows debug build. Yeah, but it's really meant for seeing it in the debugger. All right, so we can download a player list. Now what do I want to do? We can do that. Front-end sorting list by name. Okay, I guess I want to include these other things in it. Account creation time, last login time, etc. So you know what I'm going to do? Actually, hold on. What do I want to do for the expectations here? Do I want to have to update this test every time I change what we put in the players list, or should I make it more generic? I kind of feel like making it more generic. Yeah, let's simplify this a bit. So instead of expecting exactly that, we'll just expect that there is, we'll do this in pieces. So assert that there is one message. Actually, let's pull that out. So const auto messages is that, and then expect that its size is that, and then assert equal to players. Actually, I guess we can make that an expect. No, might as well make an assert. assert that that is what we get for messages 0 type. And then we can assert that there are 2 in players get size. Actually, you know what I'll do is I'll pull that out. That's that, and that is that. And then expect equal Alex for players 0 username. And then for 1, it's Bob. Because it will sort them, right? Yeah, because this players is a map, and so when we iterate through the map, it'll be sorted by the key. That'll work. So then now I can put I can stash other stuff in each of these player records and not break this test. The difference between assert and expect is that if this fails, it will not execute those lines at all, which is the whole point of doing assert that the size is 2, because if it's not 2, then one of these will actually crash the test runner. Expect, if it fails, it'll keep going. It just will not... Well, no. Both assert and expect will mark the test failed. It's just assert will stop and an expect will not stop. I've not been able to find any real studies that say kombucha is good for you. Well, I have a really good study that applies only for me, and that is my wife says it's good for you. She thinks it's good for me, and I think it's a good idea to make my wife happy. So I declare that she is right for me, and there you go. You know what's the hardest thing is to change your wife's mind with real data. Gosh, I hope she's not watching. Anyway, it's tasty. She thinks it's good for me, so that's enough for me. I actually think it has been helping my digestion in a while, but that could be, what is that called? When you convince yourself something will help, and then it does help, it's really your own body fulfilling what you think will happen. What is that called? There's a technical word for that. Placebo effect? Yeah, could be that. Works for me, though. All right. This test still works. Cool. So now I'm free to add other tests to expect other oh, no, I have a bug. It didn't even compile. Oh, right. This is ambiguous because it's a macro and it can't deduce the type correctly, so I have to do that. And that will build, and now I can make sure I unbreak it. Okay. So let's get account creation time. Should I just make these their own tests? Might as well. If this one tests to make sure we get a record for every user, then I don't really need to add it for everyone, do I? I can just be very focused on this one. And this, for some reason, can't find the definition. It's here. Right, so I can be very specific in here. Instead of doing this, I can very specifically set up Alex the way I want. If I only care about the account creation time, I can actually put it here. And then do nothing else and just add them. And then get the players. There should only be one. And this should be the value I get when I ask for the double of creation time. Right? D-style cast, yeah. The C-style cast, I mean, I'm not a snob as far as C++ saying, oh, it's C, I can't use it. It's we have to use only C++. No, C cast here is perfectly fine. It's really just disambiguating which method I want to call. Why didn't it like this? Oh, because this has the same name. Okay, so creation times included in player list. Player list? Player list. So a C++ purist would, or snob would say, oh, that's Ccast. We can't do that. And so technically it would be what? Standard. No, it's just static cast that, right? So to satisfy a C++ snob, I might have to do that. It's exactly the same thing, though, because the C++ compiler is actually pretty smart, and if you do a C-style cast like that, it is smart enough to know that because this thing is a JSON value, and then JSON value has many different operators in it, including operator string, it says, oh, you meant to call that. So this is enough to tell the compiler you wanted to call that, which is all I needed to do. So there's really no reason for me to use this, which is a lot more characters than a parentheses. Don't you agree? It's not smart enough to know it should remain const? I suppose. But I have both, right? Oh no, it is only const. It has to be const. So the typecast always is const for me, for this class. This, yeah, with great power comes great responsibility, right? So one of the things that, even though this is a powerful thing to do in C, the responsibility is that you don't do something stupid like make this a JSON, what kind of class might we have? A realm server, player record or something? Because the compiler will go along and say, oh, sure, we can call it that. Actually, that it won't like, but I can do that. I can do that here if I wanted. Actually, that's in the clipboard. Let's undo. I can do that to my heart's content. I can say auto thing equals that. Compiler will happily let me do that, I think. Well, actually, will it? It will if it's a pointer. If we take the address of, right? It's still ambiguous. So if I completely disambiguate it, it'll let me do that. But that would be a bad thing to do. If I put enough syntax in there, it'll work. See, I got away doing that because a C-style cast, it says, I don't care if the types are related at all, if it's a pointer. Pointer's a pointer to me. A C compiler, right? But that would be a very dangerous thing to dereference. What I found is if it's not a pointer, the compiler is actually pretty good at telling you can't do that. So that's why I was running into problems at first just doing that. It won't let me do that. Even if I do it on its own out here. Auto thing equals, because it just knows that they're not convertible at all. So there's no conversion path between them. As long as it's not a pointer, it's pretty safe. Look like a fool on stream? I always look like a fool on stream. The trick for me is to make sure that I am comfortable being a fool on stream. Then I never disappoint you or me. Alright, so this will fail because we don't include the creation time. And I can just go and add it. Creation time. Players entry. That second dot creation time. There we go. Yay. And then what now? What else? Last login time, where they're currently logged in. So I don't know if I want to keep making a test for every little field, or I might just want to combine them. I kind of feel like making this one expected fields included. Because the act of downloading is one thing, and then checking individual fields are there is another thing. So let's just do it that way. So I can just include last login time. Actually, you know what? I don't need to reference this value literally. I can reuse that, can't I? So last login time for there. Do you find yourself often rewriting tests while doing TDD? Yes, when I'm being sloppy, which is a good feedback loop to have. When you find yourself rewriting tests and fixing tests, it's like being punished for writing it poorly. And I try to learn from that by, whenever I write the next test, I'm like, oh yeah, it was painful with that last test because it broke so many times. So that's it helps me get better writing tests in the future. And my goal would be to reduce the amount of rewriting I'm doing by learning how to write them correctly the first time. TDD is all about feedback loops. So the fact that you run the test to first see that you don't have the feature, then you do the feature and you run it again, it's an iterative thing. And then later, if you break it, the test fails, and then you go look at the test again, figure out whether it was the test that was broken or it was the code that the test is testing that broke. It's again an iterative process. So we're all about feedback loops when we're doing testing and test-driven development. Yeah, my goal right now is to keep a test within 1 page of code here, and to make it reasonable, do reasonable leveraging of helper functions like this mobilize server, this wait for message, this get text messages received. Those are all helpers that for some reason IntelliSense is having trouble finding the body of. So a lot of these helpers are encapsulating code snippets that were common throughout a lot of tests. Actually, this might be a good segue to do this. This block really should be one thing called auto admin equals add admin connection, right? And then this is the body of that, really. So let me do that. So that makes it a little bit more readable, because as a learner of my code, you'll go through and you'll read that, and you don't have to know exactly the details, because the details of adding an admin connection are not important for this test. But so it removes that distraction of having this code and trying to figure out, well, why is it ID? You know, what's this mean? Send text message add. So it's a little bit cleaner to do it that way, and that's the intent. Is the test should really focus on what are you doing, and what do you expect. You want to minimize the range as much as possible by and one trick is by making helper functions in the test framework, which is what I'm going to do now. I'm going to add another helper here. I will put it near the add. What was it? Add connection? I don't see add connection. Here it is. Oh, that's the body of it. Let me go to where it's defined. So I'll put the body where it should go. Right here. And then let me copy. This prototype is somewhat similar, so it's add admin connection. And we'll keep that number of expected messages. But it's always, an admin connection is always public, so we don't need that flag. So then I can just copy this down to, whoops. I don't need that much of it. I just need this part of it. And then we do admin. We make it pass false, right? And then pass through the num expected messages. And then return admin. There we go. There we go. So now it's a little bit cleaner. Add test user is, I'm opting to do it manually because add test user doesn't return the test user right now. I guess I could do that though. IntelliSense is really struggling today. There's add test user. Actually, I guess if I returned the user, I could do the same thing, right? Only this add test user doesn't fill in some things. I could do the filling in though. This is used by a lot of tests, including some that assume that the user is not logged in. And this test specifically, I want to log them in to get certain things. So I think I'm not going to leverage that helper for that. I'm just hard code it. A lot of things I find in programming are trade studies, trade-off of specifying things for this test alone versus specifying for everything that's leveraging this helper and potentially breaking other tests. Okay. Let's run that, make sure I didn't break anything. Run them all, why not? Okay, I haven't included last login time yet. Let's go ahead and do that. It's still running? No, it's done. Build. Just rerun these only. Good, okay. So I wanted name, account creation time, last login time, whether or not they're currently logged in. So that is in the form, okay, that's I think a special test, right? Actually, I guess it doesn't need to be, because we can just record it here. Alex dot server ID is 85, client ID is 1337, and we'll just expect them out. Those are ints though. Server ID, client ID. Deleting IntelliSense cache fix it. Writing a background service that deletes it once a second. Good one. So the cost of deleting it is I lose my place. So I guess that's not that big an issue. Let me see if it fixes it right now. So I close folder. I go to the magic folder again, wipe everything. Skip anything it doesn't really want to delete. Interesting. Okay. And then go back. I'll lose my place. It'll lose what kit it was building with. So it'll ask me again. And I go find where we were. Here. So initially it doesn't know, and then it figures it out. And now let's see if I can navigate to add test user. Oh, it's still broken. It's either broken or it hasn't built the entire database yet. It's still working on it. Discovering files. Maybe I should give it some time. Try only deleting the DB file. Yeah, I'll do that next time. I'm doing overkill, I know. And yeah. What's that on fire thing? Anyway, maybe need to let it parse some more. Anyway, oh yeah, it also forgets what tests we had and what the last run was. Not that big an issue for me. Okay. We're just adding more fields, right? Buildy. Your SSD is still not there? What's wrong with your delivery guy? Come on, playing with scissors. Come on, he needs that SSD. Hurry up. Oh, I won't lose my editor state if I... That's a good point, Bug Found. Yeah, what's on fire? I think it was telling me that it was parsing or something. It's still parsing, actually. It's still not able to find the definition. I have to search it there to find it there. It might have to do with the fact that there in the entire workspace there are actually two classes called common. There are a lot of hits on common. But yeah, there's in the Raft project there's a structure called common. And in the game server there's a structure called common. And I wonder if that is confusing IntelliSense, even though they're in different files, in different namespaces even. One's in coordinator tests. The other is in Raft server tests. Even though they're in different namespaces. See, I always wonder, is IntelliSense smart enough to know the difference between two classes? It's navigating to the correct one. Two classes with the same name but in different namespaces. Or if that's causing a problem. I really don't know. Anyway. Front-end sorting. I mean, is that what I want to do next? Do front-end stuff? The front-end stuff will take me a while. I'll do that later. Let's do this one first. I'll do the back end of that. Temporary permanent ban and remove the ban. That means player record has to include a ban. Whether or not they're banned and when the ban, I guess really just need one variable, right? Ban expiration, and then if it's 0, that means they're not banned. Yeah, let's just do that. So, I'm bad at detecting puns, by the way. My apologies. My sense of humor is really wacky. I don't get a lot of puns. It just straight over my head. I'm not very popular when it comes to comedy. Players tests. What do we want to say? That a player can be banned? And check if a player is banned? That should be good enough. So, what would a permanent ban be? Would that be a ban with the largest value for double we can possibly come up with? Or should I have just two flags? Permaban and ban expiry. Kind of like what Twitch shows the mods now. I want a history. Yeah, I want to put. I'll put the history in there. I'm thinking about doing it as one or both of these combined. I could have a history of events, and one kind of event could be a ban. Another kind of event could be an unban. And then I'll just work it into all of these commands that do stuff. We'll just add event to some kind of list that's attached to the player's record. Log out. And by the way, this implementation, players, probably will be replaced by a database at some point. Because it's really just doing what things a database would do. It is updating a record or returning a record or doing a query, right? So it's a pretty thin class. Its days are numbered. It'll be a database at some point, I'm sure. I kind of feel like they should be just two different flags. Permanent ban. Let's make the skeletons for the tests I want. Permanent ban, unban, temporary ban. What kind of database do I think I'll use? I have no idea. Probably a light database because it is not really the single source of truth in the game. That right now is the game journal. The database would at most be two things, a cache and a snapshot of the game state as defined by Raft. And if anybody doesn't know what I mean by Raft, there's a link there. The consensus algorithm for keeping the servers in sync talks about that the game state is defined as a sequence of changes to the game. And right now they're stored. Hold on. I should just keep this bookmarked. Stored here. So this is really the ultimate truth about what the game state is. And the player's object is really just what we build when we replay the log. Or you can consider it a snapshot, as Raft defines it. A snapshot would allow us to discard all these commands and simply say that we'd have replace it with a single command saying, start from snapshot, whatever, and continue. So I don't need a full database with like all the fancy bells and whistles. I just need it to satisfy two requirements: that it can cache. Actually, I guess it would be three. Cache the state of the game. Two would be that it's a fast access, and three would be that it is persistent to satisfy being a snapshot. That's all I really care about. And I could just put it in a file if I want. File just wouldn't be very fast. All right, permanent ban. We need to actually have someone though. Do I? Oh, this setup already makes Alice and Bob, so, and we actually have convenient variables, so we can just ban Alice. Permanent ban. And then expect true players. Player one name. Permanent ban. Let's do an expect false to begin with. Or should I make it an assert? I mean expect. And then unban. Permanent ban, and then this is already tested there, so I don't need to repeat it. I just need to do an unban. Let's say unban was permanently banned. And then that will proceed from here, because we can have unban was temporarily banned. Oh, thanks for joining, Clavinex. Have a good evening or day or rest of your day. Yes? See you again soon. Memcache has this performance now, or read this. Yeah. Let me grab your note. I do appreciate all the feedback, because that helps steer my research. I will look at both Memcache and Redis. I want something light that satisfies those three requirements, right? Persistent storage, quick access, and that that it can basically cache the information. That's like it has an API that allows me to cache the state. All right. So this, let's just do this part here. Expect equal 0 for temporary ban expiry. That's what we'll call it. And then a temporary ban, and then we'll have some kind of value that we'll expect to get back out. All right, and then I will temporarily ban them down here, and then unban them and expect this is equal to 0 down here. So I don't need that expectation. Sounds good to me. What happens if we do a permanent and a temporary ban? The permanent ban should override the temporary ban, right? So that should be really its own test. Permanent ban supersedes temporary ban, so we do a temporary ban, then we do a permanent ban. Then we'll look, this already checks that, but I can do this check down here. If we permanently ban them, well, the temporary ban expiry goes away because they're permanently banned now. Redis is really fast. It works well. Can really recommend it. Okay. Well, Bugfound recommends it. He's had some really good advice in the past. I recommend anything Bugfound recommends because he's helped me out a lot. All right. Okay, so we need to define all these things. Full permanent ban, they're not banned at the beginning. And temporary ban expiry. Double. If this flag is set, the player is permanently banned from playing the game. This is the time in seconds past the Unix epoch, which I love typing. Midnight UTC January 1st, 1970. When a temporary ban on this player from playing the game is to be lifted. If 0, they're, well, implied, right? They were unbanned. Obviously, they were unbanned on January 1st, 1970, right? Okay. Permanent ban needs to be a method of players. All right. Let's just add it at the end. Wonder why I put this down here. I don't know. I'll leave it at the bottom. So void permanent ban, and we would ban by name. This is the time in timestamp format. If you don't know what this means, you are fired. That reminds me of that job opening that said, we prefer you to not hate modern PHP. And in parentheses it said, we just lost half of you. How do I describe this without using the words permanent or ban? Do not allow the given player to play the game ever again unless they are subsequently unbanned. There we go. Well, I used the word ban, but that's fine. This is the name of the player to ban. Okay, that's permanent ban. And then I need temporary ban, which takes a timestamp. Just to have some fun, I think I will use exactly what Playing with Scissors said. This was ban expiry. This is the time in timestamp format. If you don't know what that means, you're fired. When this ban will expire. And the player will be allowed to play again. Sounds good, right? Do not allow the given player to play the game until for a temporary amount of time. For a temporary span of time. That's redundant. For a given span of time? For a span of time. A limited span of time. You are fired. Alright, so we need to give those methods bodies. IntelliSense does know where those bodies are. It just doesn't know where common test user is for some reason. All right, this is simple, right? So I don't know if I actually need this publish on change. I don't think anything actually publishes to these changes anymore. This publish on change. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, there it went. There it went to the correct place. This on change subscribers is modified by subscribe, and that subscribe, I don't know if anyone ever uses it. Yeah, I'm gonna put a card here. Players. What do I have that says players in it? These are all done. Okay. So this is something to consider. Consider removing the publish subscribe mechanism from players. Nothing currently uses it. It might be an artifact of the old design. The new design now is that the executor changes the players and the coordinator samples the players, but there are no callbacks anymore. And the sample is really only done to verify, to do a quick verification or a quick report. And it's expected that the sampling can lag behind because there might be changes in the journal that the executor hasn't applied yet. So there are no callbacks. It's more, I decided to have the callbacks really at the executor level because when we do care about a change, we want it to be executed first. So this executor that knows that when is really the judge of that, whether or not it's succeeded or not. So this becoming a, that actually makes sense if this is going to be a database anyway, because databases typically don't call you back when something changes. So I think I'll keep it in there for now, this publish on change, but I'll be able to remove that and the lock, I think. Uh-oh, I'm out of cough drops. Hold on. Gotta get my, oh, what was that, camera? Accessing my secret stash of cough drops. So it turns out that some people in my family are actually getting bronchitis now because the cough that they had from the cold that went around didn't go away. So watch out, people. If your cough doesn't go away, you can develop bronchitis, which is bad news. You need antibiotics. It gets bad. Second since epic. Why is it a double? Because I want to include fractional seconds, so down to the microsecond level. I need the precision, and I need it to be floating point. The other thing I've seen people do is make it an integer number of units, and the unit be small, like microseconds. I prefer using seconds because I see the second as the normal unit for time. But that just might be me. Careful, if you end up using MySQL or something like that to store the permanent ban date, you can only actually ban people until the year 10,000. Well, as long as I don't have to deal with the problem 10,000 years from now, I think I'm okay. What happened with pants? I don't understand. Again, remember, me and jokes, they don't always work. Okay, this same framework, permanent ban is easy, right? We just say, yeah, it's just impl records, username, permanent ban, true. Oh, I never made unban, did I? I don't have unban. We'll add unban in a second. Okay, this is very similar, right? This is two-parter. This one is a two-parter, actually. This one we want to reset the temporary ban expiry because they're permanently banned now. This one is different. Should this do the opposite? For a temporary ban, I think a temporary ban should do nothing if they're already permanently banned. So let's codify that. Temporary ban has no effect if player already permanently banned. So we'll permanently ban them. and then try to temporarily ban them and expect that it's not has no effect. I should probably also expect that they are still permanently banned. "2037 is only 18 years from now, and they break probably because you're using 32-bit, right? So fortunately, double is 64-bit, of which we get what, 48 bits Mantissa. So it'll last a bit more years. Does the ban also include kicking a player? Yeah, I need to add that. I should probably add a card because if I don't, I will forget. What happened here? Oh, did I accidentally move that card? That should be consider at the bottom of my list, and then this is an internal thing with game state. Okay, let me add a card here, which says kick player if they are banned while playing. And there are a couple elements of this. There's an interface element. We have to actually tell them about it. And I want to have it show you've been banned, and then have like some kind of recourse you can take. Like you can fill in a form that says like protest or something. And I want that to show up every time you actually try to log in again. You've been banned. If you don't agree or if you have a problem with that, fill in your grievance or excuse or plea in this little box. And I'll make the box really tiny, you know, maybe only an inch wide and a quarter inch tall. Like fill in your complaint. I'm just kidding. Anyway, that's an interface element, and also it's a game state. Don't I have a special thing for moderation? Yeah, moderation and game state. I actually haven't really been using these labels too much. More of like a habit since it's there. That way, if I want to, I can filter them by interface and see all the only the interface related cards. Oh, I clear the filter. There we go. Make it a hidden input. Yeah, 6-point font exactly. Hidden input. Yeah, if you have a protest, find the element that I've hidden on this page using inspect element, unhide it, and fill it in. And then it'd have some kind of JavaScript that like rehides it every few seconds to frustrate them. Wouldn't that be fun? All right, I need unban, and we need to do this correctly. It's a temporary ban. Should only do that if they're not permanently banned. In this case, actually here too, we're accessing it more than once, so I think it makes sense to do this. And then replace that with that. Same here, right? This replaces that. If not player dot permanently banned. Actually, if they're permanently banned, we just return, right? Early exit. Temporary ban expiry is expiry. Alright, and I need to add an unban. Lift any ban that has been placed on the given player. This is the name of the player to unban. Alrighty. So same thing. Copy pasta. And then I think what we just clear both fields, right? False, and that's a 0. Oh, I need to get the record. Okay. Let's try it out. Right, it was players tests, right? Yeah, those are all the new things. Hey, they all worked. There we go. At least from the player's database perspective, it works. Now for the controls. Here's the fun part. We get to do the band controls. Actually, that actually changes the game state, right? So I need a command for this. Actually, no, I already have a command that I can use. I am going to use the change profile command. It has the changes in there. We'll just allow part of the change profile can be the band flags. So that is something we can do in the executor first. Executor does on profile, on change profile, right? Change profile. Change path, change profile. So I can maybe copy these. Yeah, we'll just make a copy. Perfect with a check mark. That reminds me, I don't know if anyone else does this, but I've been, let me do this off screen so I can find where it is. I don't remember where I put it. Where did I, oh, I think I might have put it under stuff. Yeah. Okay, there's no personal info there. Cool Unicode. Okay, that didn't open it in the right editor. Try that again. Cool Unicode. I don't know if anyone else does this, but I started getting into the habit of this. Browsing around the Unicode code points and grabbing things out that are pretty cool so that I can use them. For example, I was pulling out glyphs that might be interesting to use in the game for certain things like a weighting indicator. So you can use these glyphs here to have 3 or 4 dots rotating around. And there are like old Latin characters and Arabic characters that look kind of cool that I might use in game. And yeah, you made me think about that when you use the checkmark one. I think I had the checkmark in here. I don't have the checkmark one in there? Hold on. I found a Yada bug again. I have a problem with Yada sometimes. If I drag a file over the Yada window, and even though I drag it past the Yada window, it still gets stuck on the upload an image thing. I think the solution was to temporarily drag something. Yeah, that worked. I'm talking about this client that Hideo made. There's a bug in it that it's hard to reproduce. If you start dragging something over the window and then quickly drag it out, it's possible to get it stuck into that state where you're dragging. Yeah, I want to kind of take your code point there and add it to my cool list. Now, what code point is that? I had like a Unicode lookup. Yeah. It was this one? I want to say it was that one, but maybe it was not. It was that one. Ah, here we go. It didn't work. Okay, obviously that one's not good. Maybe it was this first one. That didn't work either. One of these that works really well. Gosh, where was it? Hey there, code and system security. I'm preoccupied by cool looking Unicode characters and trying to get their code points. Why won't this one load? I think that was the one that worked for me. Oh, maybe it's this one. Ah, there we go. This one works. There, added to my cool Unicode list. Yeah, Unicode is a pretty good distraction because they added all sorts of cool things to it. All right. So I am making a test now to make sure that people get banned when we have a ban change in the so change profile, ban temporary, permanent ban. We'll do permanent ban, then we'll do temporary ban, and we'll do unban. Why did I do it this way? I don't remember why. Wouldn't it be simpler? Wouldn't it be simpler to just add test user? Oh, executor test doesn't have that utility. What do I have? Read write JSON file, mobilize. I need to refactor that. I don't feel like doing it right now. So instead I'll just do it this way. So it's permanent ban true. And then we expect them to be banned. Permanent ban. Okay, and then temporary ban. Any number I want, as long as I use the same number down here. I should probably be strict in those names. And then unban, right? I don't have to worry about the weird test case, the weird corner cases, like if they're already banned and you temporarily ban it, because we'll delegate that kind of stuff to the player's object. I guess this would just say unban true. Right? Stretching things a bit. How about if I do it this way? Ban, and then the type. Temporary. Expiry. No, how about this way? We'll do JSON object. Type, temporary, expiry. I like that better. So the ban, if there is a ban, it encompasses one of three things you could be doing. A temporary ban, a permanent ban, or an unban. Permanent, temporary, or remove? Ban type permanent, ban type temporary, ban type unban? I think I just leave it like that. Okay, so what do we expect here? That this should go to 0. I guess I should ban them first, right? And that's the expiry, and then it may be a little bit redundant because the players thing does this for me. All right, so I need to have them start being banned. So that's create player record.permanent ban. Actually, I'll just keep it simple. We'll just check the permanent ban flag there. Have I upgraded the latest OBS? No. I always get nervous upgrading when I'm about to stream. And that's when when I get the notification that there's a new version is when I start OBS up. I might do it on the weekend. That way if anything goes wrong, I have the whole weekend to figure it out. Let me put that in to remind me. I just I think of the axiom, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I've been burned in the past where I do an upgrade because, hey, it's the latest and greatest. And even though I didn't need it, I do it anyway, and it breaks something. And I'm like, damn it, jebaited into doing that upgrade I didn't need, and now it's broken. What would make me feel better is if some other streamers did it first. Hint, hint, hint. Upgrade to OBS 23 first and say, hey, look, it works and it's better, and then I'll feel better about it. You tried Yada and you find the line spacing way too large, can't deal with it? Oh, sorry. You can always open a bug and have Hideo address that. He's been really good at addressing feedback about it and adding features that people ask for, so. And win dot for emotes is pretty good. Oh, and I missed playing with scissors message, sorry. Does that mean you're leaving playing with scissors? Bon appetit? Or are you eating while lurking? I'm missing a lot of chat today. Sorry about that. All right. This will fail in the executor now. Because we don't execute those changes. Executor. So this is on change profile, right? Oh, it's delegated to the players. Okay. Well, wait a minute. Does that mean I don't need to have... Yeah, that means I don't have to have explicit... Okay, let's fix that. So instead of it being here, it's all in the player's tests. And it is through this kind of a changes thing. So I don't need these explicitly. Right? Yeah, because everything is going to come through as a command anyway. So a permanent ban, instead of that, it's one of these. Players change profile. Player one name. And then then this JSON object. Okay. I don't need those explicit functions. So we're just going to be moving some code around is all. Temporary ban is this type temporary. Why did I have a permanent expiry for permanent? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. This is two things in a row. Temporary and then permanent. And then permanent and then an unban. Temporary and then unban. Permanent and temporary. So flip the order of these two. Okay then, so I didn't need those specific methods before anyway. You don't need these. I'll just move the code I put in them elsewhere. All right. So this moves to if we have a ban. So if, here we go. Here, if changes has ban. If, actually, const auto ban equals changes ban. If ban, actually, let's just get the type. Const auto ban type is string of ban type. If ban type equals permanent, then that code. We're done with that. Temporary ban is this part of it. Hey there, Nui. Oh, do I not have quality options? I'm sorry. I do limit my bit rate to 2 megabit. So even though it might be in 1080p, the bit rate should be not too obnoxiously high. I try to keep my stream at 2 megabit and 20 FPS, so that because you're mostly looking at static images most of the time, right? And yeah, I haven't yet acquired the skill at starting my stream in a way that I always get quality options. There are a couple other streamers that I know that are really good at doing that. They know how to like check and restart their stream until they get the quality options. But I'm still not that skilled at that. So sorry about not having the stream options today. Expiry, right? I don't want to return here. I just want to do nothing. If not permanent ban, do that. Okay, and then that was that, and then unban is this. Right, and then get rid of that, and now I'll retest, and I actually don't need to do anything to the executor. I don't need these extra tests at all. I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt to have them. But they're redundant now. So these should pass now, right? And then the player's test will run them again. I think I'm going to remove the executor ones because they're irrelevant. Because it's the change profile already is tested once, so I don't need to test it again. Yeah, there we go. Okay, why did I pick 20 FPS? Because if I went lower than 20 FPS, it didn't make the quality any better. I try to pick a threshold where if I went higher, the quality went down because the bitrate is capped at 2 megabit. And if I go lower, right, actually that was it, right? I picked a high enough frame rate that makes use of the actual bitrate without reducing the quality. And 20 seemed to be a good value. I think I tried like 10 and I tried 30 and then I tried 20 and 20 was as good as quality as 10 was. And without needing to raise the bit rate. Can't handle, is it the bit rate or is it the size? Because the bit rate is 2 megabit. So your internet connection, it's always, oh wait a minute, hold on. So if you're used to quality options like 480p, it's even lower bit rate that you need, right? So actually that'd be good to know. On average, not on average. What's the distribution of bit rate that people like to have? Then I would try to pick one that is maybe 75% or more of the audience. So I have one data point so far, which is Nui, saying that 2 megabit is too high. So anybody else? How would I ask this as a poll, maybe in Discord? I could also ask other streamers what bit rates they aim at. Or I could just get better at setting quality options. You're fine at whatever bit rate. Yes, I guess it's people who are watching on mobile or limited internet. They probably want something lower, like what, 512 kilobit or kilobyte? Kilobit, 512 kilobit. I could play around with it a little bit and see if I can reduce the bit rate a bit more without hurting the quality. Please don't go later, it's pixelated enough. Yeah, so it's hard to please everyone. I guess the solution would be I just get better at getting quality options enabled. All right, let me run everything. Yeah, and if it's already too pixelated, maybe if I do get quality options, I would raise my bit rate and then let Twitch do the lower bit rates for me. Right? Okay. We are done with banning. Yay. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't do the messaging for that. Hold on, let me do the messaging for that. That would be an admin only command, a function, right? Admin player controls. Maybe I'll structure it exactly the same way. I'll do it exactly the same way. So we can trust an admin anyway. We'll just keep it simple. Actually, why don't I just fold everything together? So this will just be change player profile. We'll let the admin change anything they want. Right? So add a test user and we'll say type change player change player. No, change player profile. And then the changes is whatever we want. JSON object. And it's whatever we want in that JSON object, right? Foo var. The test is that we get a log entry appended that has exactly that in it. So let's make this separate. Const auto changes equals this. Do Minecraft streamers get complaints that the stream is too pixelated or not pixelated enough? Good one. Yeah, I usually watch people in 480p because they run at much higher bit rates, and I get uncomfortable watching long periods of time at like 6 megabit because it adds up. I think I only get like 1 terabyte per month or something without having to pay more. My US internet is expensive and poor. Poor quality and costs a lot. Yeah, you can stream audio. Does anyone know how to stream audio only in the desktop browser? Twitch viewer? I don't know how to do that. I only know how to do that in the mobile app. Uh-oh. iPhone Croft was lurking and said something. That automatically unlurks you. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll try to describe what I'm doing for those who are on audio only. I do that normally enough, I hope. Okay, so change player profile when it comes in as an admin command. I think before we actually do it, we need to cache the number of journal entries that we have. So journal entries before. I've done this before. Why don't I just copy pasta from wherever I did it before? That would have been probably profile. It's one. Yeah, okay. Copy the exact same code, because why do it over again when we can just copy pasta, right? So we expect that, okay, we don't care about that. We expect that we get one more journal entry. Okay, this is not the right test. I want one where it's a +1. There we go. We get one more journal entry. We have a command. The command is change profile. It's a change profile command. The user should match, right? Oh, I didn't have the name in here. Username, Alex. And the changes should match. So I can just do an equals changes, command changes, and we're done, right? That's all I really care about. That an admin change player profile message turns into a change profile command on the journal. Sweet. So that'll cover almost any kind of change to a player. A ban, an unban, changing their name on them. Yeah, this will work. I like it. Admin player control. Here we go. Right, it doesn't do it yet because we don't have that command registered. So I register a command in, let's go to coordinator impl, and I have my table of admin commands, and then I'm going to add one here with the same name, change player profile, and then we're going to go to where this other one is declared and make a copy of it. I'm sorry, your internet's not so good, Nui. You tend to stream at 1080 FPS, 60 FPS, 6 megabit. I need to look into it. As compressing it too much? Oh, you're probably streaming a very quick action games, right? For me, uh, most people are I think are happy with the 2 megabit. What did I remember? What did I forget? I forget what forgot what I remembered. This function is called when a client sends change profile. Exactly, that's what it is. Add it to the allowed system commands. Yeah, thank you. I do forget often, don't I? This is an admin command, so we can trust it, right? Oh, wait a minute. This is one of those we're changing the journal. So if it comes into a follower, it needs to be forwarded. So it's one of those that I need 3 tests essentially. So I need change player profile handled by leader, and then 2 more tests. Change player profile forwarded to leader, and then change player profile received from follower. And then this forwarded to leader, received from follower thing is somewhat of a pattern that makes me think I should try to merge the commonality between a lot of these commands. So forwarded to leader is that we expect instead of it being written to the journal directly, instead it sends it to the leader request. So like this. This kind of thing, only with in a different context. You just max it so you don't have to calculate it. People don't complain about it buffering now. Yeah, I guess I was just more sensitive to the fact I don't like to watch it. Actually, yeah, I don't like to watch streams too long if they're high bitrate because it makes me nervous that I'm using up too many bits from my ISP. So flip side is when I'm streaming, I don't want to, and any similar people having that sensitivity, I don't want to aggravate it. So I tried to tune the bitrate as low as I can go without irritating people. That said, it might be irritating people and they just don't tell me, and then I'll feel bad if I find out. Yeah, the best would probably be higher bitrate, but try to get quality options all the time. All right, so we mobilize as. Okay, here I'm going to do an admin. We're going to leverage our new admin connection. The peer is 1337. We become a follower of that server, and then the admin sends a message, which is type, the one we were just adding. Actually, it's exactly this message here. Change player profile. Alex. I think I need to add a test user though, right? Alex needs to exist probably. And we want to encompass the changes as well. I make silly things like foobar for changes to help remind myself that it doesn't matter what the changes are. We just expect that JSON object comes through exactly into the command. That reinforces the fact that this test and the mechanism of transporting that message doesn't care what the body is. That's handled elsewhere. I do have a cap on bandwidth. For me, it's 2 megabit. Actually, it goes a little bit over sometimes. But the target bitrate's 2 megabit. The default in OBS was either 3 or 6 or 5 megabit. Alright, so we expect... Okay, we don't need to simulate a CAPTCHA. We expect one message to be received, and it is of type change player profile. The username should be Alex, and the changes should show up for the changes element of the message. That's exactly what I want. Okay, now I'm going to steal copy pasta from here. A similar pattern is if is if we don't hear directly from the admin, but we hear from a follower server. So this goes away. We mobilize as a leader. There's just a peer connection. The peer sends this message. We'll formulate this message right here. There's the changes, and then here's the content right here. Default is 3. Downscale to 720. See, I'm afraid if I downscale to 720, then this font will become unreadable. I think I played around with that and had issues myself looking at my own stream at 720p. I'd rather just have quality options enabled and let you pick what resolution you want. Oh, can I have a sandwich? I'm hungry. You can still read it at 480p. That's good because playing with scissors, you're more mindful of font size on programming streams. So if you can still read mine at 480p, that gives me some confidence. Let me think about it. Let me try that. Maybe I'll try that out one stream and see what people think. I can try to stream at 720p and then maybe lower the bitrate a bit more, right? Oh, thank you, iPhone. I have trouble with your name. I'm sorry. iPhonecroft. I kind of want to call you Croft, but that's probably not good. But thank you for the sandwich. It's the thought that counts. Okay, change profile received from a follower. Here are the changes. What we expect to happen is exactly what I expect to happen if it was sent directly to the leader. So we check the journal and make sure something was added to it. And added implies that we had some number of journal entries before we do the thing, and we expect that we have one more now. So there we go. Croft, not craft. Yeah, it's Croft. C-R-O-F-T. What's tripping me up is the IFO beginning of your name. Oh, almost everyone calls you Croft? Is it because the beginning 3 letters are difficult to pronounce consistently? Okay, let's try it out. Yeah, they all fail because we're not handling it at all. Because I made this and it's not doing anything. Okay. So it's going to be handled similarly to how one of these works. See if I can steal from someone else. Actually, why am I putting this in config? This doesn't belong here. It doesn't belong in config. What am I doing? I made a special module for this, right? Admin prof, where is it? I'm not, oh, I'm in include, right? Here, it should go here. Right, here. Here. Which means I gotta go back to my main table and update this one to say admin message handlers, no, admin player controls, and then the class admin player controls. All right. So where it was declared, I need to move that as well. Wasn't paying attention when I did that, obviously. And that goes there. Cool. You didn't think it through when you started using it as your name? That's fine. I didn't think, actually I didn't pick Raimu at all, really. That name comes from World of Warcraft so long ago when I was just a dumb player and I just let the World of Warcraft character creator pick a random name. I'm like, okay, RHYMU. Sounds good to me. And I didn't really realize that people really don't know how to pronounce that very well. But it stuck. I knew I was doomed when my in real life friends would call me Raimu or Mu. Even when we weren't playing the game. We would just go out for a get together or something and we played a lot of WoW, and they just started calling me by that. I'm like, I guess I'm stuck with it now. So, yep. Anyway, let me pick, what is it, profile? Profile, and okay, here's a good example. I'll pick exactly this. This is the pattern. Again, I should try to make an attempt to make this into a template because it's pretty much the same pattern. If the message arrives and we are the cluster leader, we append the log entry ourselves. Otherwise, we look up the leader. If there is one, we forward the message to them. I could probably, if I spent a while, I could probably make a template for this to clean up this code in a bunch of places. Hey there, N. Perry. You're very creative coming up with VIP names. Or VIP, what VIP stands for. I hope you're not visually impaired. Do you have glasses too? You picked your name when you were a kid. The significance of the number says easy to type on a numpad. You know why I picked 8354? It's just a random number that Discord added. And actually needed it on Twitch because RHYMU, I could not use that name. No one's using it, but it's somehow reserved. Maybe someone had that name before. I don't know. I guess it makes sense to have this shortcut, right? Why is this not working? Oh, because this is in impl profile dot. And we get the username how? Oh, this had multiple overloads. Actually, I don't think I need overloads, do I? It depends on what server message handlers is. Oh, that is a different prototype. Okay, I need 2 prototypes then. I need 2 overloads, I mean. There's that again with a different set of arguments. So one is a client and the other is actually I guess that means we're having 3 overloads because there's the generic. There's the generic form. This function is called when either a client or server sends that message, and then I think in this case, actually I don't know what arguments I want yet. Let's just leave it blank. This is when a client, and this is when another server. And then I'll pick up this prototype from profile.h. Look at this. There we go. Yeah, some people's names could be passwords. Never know. Batteries, staples, horses is your password everywhere now? You read it was the best password? Actually, I was sort of debated by this at the beginning, but did you know about this this password? Most secure .pw. I thought that was actually a password generator. On the surface, it looks legit. The problem that you quickly run into is you cannot change it. You can only copy it to your clipboard. You can't change it. So because I was debated by that, I made a note in my Trello to blacklist that password in case someone ever uses it. So apparently, oops, sorry, did I close it? Yeah, apparently that's the most secure password. Don't ever use it for your real password because this whole thing is a joke. Don't do that at home. Okay. I need a body for that, don't I? Here. So there's going to be one method that actually does the work, and the other 2 are basically forwarders that pick apart what we need. Which I don't know yet. rearrange things here. If I want the main body to go in here, then I will take this, much of it, and put it down here. Right? And then get rid of this, and then see what I need. I need username. What else do I need? I should really just fix up this code. I need, okay, players is impl profile dot. Let's fix that up so that my IntelliSense isn't broken. I don't see stars. I see Hunter 2. I just screwed up the joke, didn't I? Made a small script that generates words that begin with VI and P. Oh, that's dedication. I'm sure N. Perry wants that script real bad now. Actually, N. Perry doesn't need that script. He seems to be excellent at picking VIP words. We only see stars. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so change profile. What do we do? I don't need to do this. We're going to make a commands change profile. Okay, for commands to be found, what do I need? This include realm server commands. Now we have commands, right? And then change, this becomes change profile. Get rid of all this other crud. It doesn't matter what the server and client ID for this kind of message, right? So I can just do that. And then change profile. Okay, I do have to change this command a little bit, because when the executor gets it, it only does, it thinks that it came from a player, so really I need an extra flag. So it would be like an admin flag. From admin. There we go. From admin, true. Then it will ignore the client server stuff, because we want to be able to change the admin to change profiles of people that aren't even logged in. The changes is changes. So changes we'll need to pass in, right? Const JSON value changes. I think that's what I want. How come this doesn't work? Oh, because that's not changed there. Also, if you want to kick people who are bothering you, just mouse over their username, press Alt F4. Yeah. Don't do that. How do you generate a random string? Put a first-year computer science student in Vim. Tell them to save the document and quit. You get a random string and you save energy when they power off the computer. You guys. Okay. If it is arriving at a follower, I think we just forward it as is, right? So this becomes just change player profile. Actually, I don't even need this, right? It doesn't matter what server it came from, correct? Can I just forward it like that? Oh, there's no message. Oh, shoot. Okay, we have to make a message. Type. Right, and then changes, right? And get rid of that. And there's the message. Okay. So these are going to just be calling the other override. So the username is message username. And the changes are message changes. This should be a string. Actually, why doesn't it deduce that? It should. So it did something wrong. Build. What did I do wrong? Overloaded member function not found. Player object const qualifier must be initialized. Really? What did I do there? Oh, yeah. I didn't update the declaration. That's what I did wrong. That goes there. Gosh, you guys and your recommendations. I hope no one actually tries these things. Okay, yeah, I need to add that flag now. I need to get my water cup. Because I drank all my kombucha. Now I'm reduced to just plain water. Oh yeah, that sucks. Someone debated you into destroying your computer. As long as you didn't do sudo in front. Actually, all you really do is wipe out your own files. You won't wipe the system out. But even that would suck, right? It's just a from admin flag. Okay. Which means I really should go back to, where would that be? Changes? Change profile tests? Command tests. Where are you, command tests? There you are. Alright, where is change profile? Here it is. Let's make a special form of create and encode. So this is profile encode from admin. And this one is not from admin. And we will expect false command from admin. Sure, we'll leave it not included. But from admin, instead of these, it will say from admin true. True. Okay, and then here it's the opposite. From admin is true. And then it should not encode those, but instead have this flag in it. Okay, now I'm going to add the flag. The default, it doesn't come from an admin. If this is set, the profile change was requested by an administrator, and so does not require the player to be logged in, and allows restricted fields to be changed. Right? It's me, your admin. There's a fundamental constant somewhere in nature that makes it impossible to even remember tar flags for longer than 3.7 minutes. I remember them as patterns. So I remember CVZF and XVZF. I just kind of committed those to muscle memory. My problem is that now there are multiple different kinds of compression algorithms used by tar, and that screws me up. CVZF, XVZF works with gzip, and then the newfangled you kids and your newfangled compression algorithms. In my day, we only had gzip, and we liked it. Yeah, with the newfangled, it's like you either do a capital Z or you do a J or something. And there, I can't remember. I always have to look back at the manual. Okay, testing time. Commands test first. Because it is gonna fail. Where's command? There's command test. Fix the command test first, right? So change profile. Here we go. If they're not present, they'll get a 0 anyway. And same thing with the Boolean. So I can just say, I can just do the dumb thing here and just say encoding from admin. Because if it's not present, it gets false. Here is a little different story. If it's from an admin, it's a different kind of object we want to see. Right? The way it was when it wasn't from an admin. If it's from an admin, we don't care about the server and client ID. Instead, it's from admin true. And make sure that fixes the command tests. Does. Okay. So, oh, thanks for the follow. Hikmedes. I hope I'm saying your name right. Okay. Admin controls, yes. I should just run them and see if it works. Forwarded to leader works. Forwarded from leader, it doesn't do the right thing. Handled by leader, it doesn't do the right thing either. Actually, I'm surprised by that. It should have just worked. Let me step through this thing. Oh, wait, it skipped over. Wait a second. That shouldn't have gone that way. Wait, which test was that? Handled by leader, right? Didn't it? Did I not have it say leader? Oh, I didn't do it as leader. Let's fix that. As leader. And I guess that doesn't matter what our server ID is. That's probably why. Test was wrong. Yep. And then what is this? From follower? It's because I didn't fill in that code in, I think. Yeah, this doesn't, it's not filled in. So let's fill it in. Actually, I think it's the same. Yeah, it's the same, right? It's just a different set of arguments. No? Okay. Step into that and find out why. Okay, never got there. Oh, because I didn't add it to the table. See, bug found. I was good that one time, but this time I suck. So it's this table. I always forget to add stuff to it. The change player profile. Oh, I already have a change profile. Where is that going? I wonder if I could use the same one, but just route it differently. No, I'm not gonna. We'll just route it correct. We'll just route it this way. It's the server message handler with the same name. It goes and uses the same command, but it's from a trusted path. Oh, it still doesn't work. Why not? It gets routed there, and what happens? Oh, they're not registered. The account has to exist. So the test didn't actually add the user at the beginning. Yep. There we go. That should fix it. Oh, I said it well enough? Good. Hikmedes. I'm probably going to say it different every single time. I apologize. There we go. So I don't do this often enough. I should just run everything. But if I'm done now, that means that we have the backend controls to do banning and unbanning or anything we want to a player. So that means this is done. As long as the test all passed, which we did. Okay. I want to save the front end stuff for last, I think. I don't think I'm going to get to the front end stuff. I feel like this is like a C++ day. Back end only. So what do I have left here? Add moderator notes. You know what? I could fold these all three together if I just allowed a player record to have an unbounded list of events, and one event could be a moderator note, another event could be some kind of change to the account, and the third kind of event would be a ticket that they've opened. Why don't I just leave it open-ended too? We'll just allow there to be an array of JSON objects. Yeah, just keep it simple. This was C#, you could just tag a function with system message and have it wired up automatically. I mean, I could approach that with a bit more template and macro magic, right? I did that in my prototype game, right? Remember when I did that? I was in Iron Glove backend, and I wanted to heavily templatize the components of the game, right? So I made this type, which is really just a table of delegates, and then I had a template that you use to build. Here's the template, right? This horrendous template to make one of those guys, and then I macroed the hell out of that template right here. I made a macro which invokes other macros. Actually, I made two of them. So that my goal was so that whenever you add a new kind of component, you only have to make the thunks, and then there was some point where I had to, oh yeah, it's this, where you have to invoke the template. Right, and the pass thunks handled the, right, so it was make the thunks, and then pass the thunks handled the bulk of that ugly code. And then, so it reduced to just using those two macros, and then the only thing different between types are the actual properties of the component class. So I could maybe do the same thing in my tables in here, that I could just make a macro that adds to these handlers in all the right places, and templatize the actual, the three ways that the command could come in. Right, it could come in, this is where it comes in from the client, this is where it comes in from another server, and then they all get funneled into this one, where we either, if we are the leader, we append to our journal, otherwise we forward it to the leader, right? So this is the same pattern everywhere. If I could templatize that and macro the hell out of it, it could also include populating these tables as well, if I was good. Probably end up doing that at some point, right? You can do other things as well besides just, I already lost my cursor. So I'm employing both macros and a template when I do that, right? Here's my, oh, where's my template? Here's my ugly template. And then here are my macros. A third thing, if you want to go really exotic, is to make a code generator. I could have either in a domain-specific language I invent, or just like a text file. I could describe the commands I want with their names and what code would go into the actual body of here, like what command it produces. And I could have a code generator tool which generates all the boilerplate around it for me. So those are things I might start to look into employing if it just mushrooms and balloons out to be like a lot of commands. But another way I could do it is like I'm doing with the change profile, that I keep it just generic. Any kind of change will fit into there as a JSON object, and then I only have to have one command. Yeah, so C# lets includes a lot of syntactic sugar to do this for you, right? C# also lets you do reflection and code gen like natively in the language, which is nice. Right, so we're adding a chain of generic notes or events. And that's in the player record, right? So ultimately, we want we want at least to be able to add one and then get the list. Well, you get the list, it's in the record. If we get the player, you have it. Actually, I guess I can encompass it in changes. Yeah, because you might want to combine it together with banning someone. Like a ban could include a new event added to the end. Yeah, let's do that. So this was in players test, right? Right. So let me steal from one of these. And we'll go to the end, I guess. Add a new test. So player test, append moderator note. Append, actually doesn't matter, right? Append event. We'll just keep it real generic. And it'll be event. And just whatever we want in here. Foo, bar. And let's call it twice. Why not, right? We'll call it twice, and the second event will be what? Spam PogChamp. So what are we going to expect? That there will be two. Actually, let's do an assert to make it real strong. Actually, hold on. I can do it in one thing. I can say an expect equal. Oh, thanks for the follow. Developer Desmond. Nice name. I can actually code up the, it's going to be a JSON array, right? Is what we expect to see if we look up the player's record. Thanks for the follow. I play poker badly. Weren't you here before? Because I remember I play poker badly. I remember that. That's a clever name. Okay, so we're going to add a new field here called events. Is events a reserved word? No, it's just coloring it differently. Yes, I also play poker badly. I also play chess badly. I lost to playing with scissors in my first game of chess in like a couple years. All right. So what are we going to expect? Two elements, right? Two objects. One will have our, actually it's these objects exactly. Which means I can kind of pull these out, right? So this is event one. If I say const.o event one equals that, and then duplicate that, say event 2 and pull this in. And so say event 2 here. Let's make this actually say add event. Yeah, because this is one change, right? The change is to add an event. Okay. I'm just convincing myself that it's correct. Event 1, event 2. In that order is what we expect to find now in events. You know what we can do? We can sprinkle these expectations in here, like we only have event 1 here, and then here we don't have any events. Okay, now I just need to define what an event is. So go to players, the type, and it's the record, right? So player record. Yeah, let's just keep it super extensible. So it's just going to be a JSON value. This will be an array. This is, not will be. This is a JSON array. with each element being describing something that was done or happened to this player record. At some point. It's like very generic, right? And then I can use the same mechanism and it's extensible. I just need to, it depends now on JSON value, so I need to include JSON value. How come it doesn't give me a suggestion? That's weird. Is IntelliSense breaking again? Sure didn't last long, did it? Anyway. Think this will work? Yeah, let's try it out. Run all the tests to see if it affects anything. Positively or negatively. Okay. Broke players test. Append event. Invalid JSON, okay. Oh, because it needs to start, okay, yeah, there's two things. It needs to start out as an array. So that I can do that in the constructor here. I can say it's equals JSON array. That's okay playing with scissors, I handled it. All I needed to do was hit a button and then take a deep breath. All right, so this is closer now, so that now I just need to handle the add event. That would be players, right? Players. There we go. So this is going to get more and more stuff in it over time. It's if changes has add event, then player dot events add changes add event. I think that's all I need to do. Yay! And there was much rejoicing. There we go. So the rest of it's really just front-end work because a note can be just anything I want it to be. And this is just the front end, whatever it appends, it just needs to know how to display later. Very malleable. Okay, and then that's really the same. Well, I could break that down. I really need to come up with like a list of what is significant, because what I can do is other mechanisms in the game can append a change profile from an admin that does that, like as a side effect of other things that it does. Like if the user changes their name, we might want to add an event saying what their name used to be, for example. Maybe I'll do that right now, but I need to think about this. So actually, let's not put it there. Let's put it in Trello. Let's make it to consider. What are significant events that should append a change profile? It's change player profile, right? No, change profile command to the log. to add an event. And I can say, for example, a player who changes their username, a username change, should probably have the side effect of adding an event describing. I guess we already track when it happened. Oh, but the log could be purged. Might lose it. So we might want to keep describing when it was changed, by whom, and what it used to be. Because they could change it themselves, or a mod might change it. Might want to record all this. So that's just for an example. But I need to really think of what those might be, and then have those just be separate cards. So label this as, I guess, interface, right? No. Moderation, really. This is all for the mods, and then there's an interface aspect, surely. Okay, good. Consider that later. That means this is taken care of because the mechanism to do it is in place. All right. So there's the front end, and then this link is, the mechanism is already in place as well. Let's just make a card for this. That's actually, that's not doesn't need to be a card. It can be written here as a comment. So mod events, no, it's actually not part of this, is it? I can say, there's actually a two-parter. Mod events should be appended to a player record on any mod action. And then let me make another card. And this is to do, right? Yeah, I need it's a new feature. It's a player ticketing system. So add ability of players to open, what do you call it? Trouble ticket? Tickets for moderators to address any kind of issue. What am I doing? I am planning ahead what kinds of information I want to include in the player records for my game, and then how it will interact with the moderation queue and trouble tickets. So it's a lot of back-end stuff. It's hard to show much without having the front-end stuff done, but to just give you a really high-level idea of what I'm doing, I'm trying to make a multiplayer game. It's going to be an RPG, and it's going to be multiplayer. So the multiplayer is sort of important in this context because it means I'm going to have servers and clients and moderators, because we have to govern the players. People always occasionally do the wrong thing, so there is a system of servers that you'll have to log into. Moderators will also be logging in, and anything that happens in the game, good or bad, gets tracked. And before I make this system live, I need to have the system in place for governance of players. I've been working on in the past ways to log in. So if I show you really quick what I do have, I have an admin console that shows the status of the game system. There's 3 servers. They run in parallel. They all have the same copy of the game. They use a consensus algorithm called Raft that I didn't invent it, but I implemented it, that keeps them in sync, and we can track the state of things. And in addition to that, we have ability to log in and log out. So that's all I have so far, is this login ability. Logins are persistent, so if you refresh, it logs in with the token you received and all of that. So I'm right now just setting up the baseline platform on which I'm going to build a game. So there's no game yet. I'm just making the platform with all the facilities you would need to make a multiplayer game. Things you would expect, like you should be able to log in. You should be able to set an email address, right? That you might want to use later to, let's say you forgot your password. I forgot. It should be able to generate a token for you, and you can use that token to reset your password. In this case, I do remember my password. It's correct horse battery staple, of course. Maybe not. Sometimes I flip the horse and battery. Or I might have misspelled it. Yeah, we're logged in. You should be able to change your password, right? So I had that before. So today what I've been adding is additional information we're tracking for users. For example, whether or not they're banned, and if it's a temporary ban, how long. And then I'm adding this array of events that can happen. So a moderator might, for example, decide to tag a player saying, this person might be an alt of someone else, but we don't know yet because we have to ask them. Or an event might be, hey, I banned this person because they use the F word. Or an event might be, the player decided to change the name from X to Y. So we're adding that today. And this event's, the intent is so that it's available for a moderator. If something comes up with the player, they can go to that event list and see the history of that player's account. Oh, at this point they created their account. This other point they changed their name. And here they got banned a few times. And then that helps moderators make judgment calls. Like someone else complains about them in game. You could look at the history and say, well, this is the first time anyone has made a complaint. So we'll give them a warning for now and mark it in their record. Or the mod might come to this history and say, oh, they've been banned 27 times. I think it's time to actually make their ban even longer or maybe permaban them, right? So I have to have these mechanisms in place before I actually put a game up, because if I don't, then I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot as far as governing the game if someone were to like do the wrong thing. You are. This guy is a jerk. Yeah, so these are all the things that I think are important to have before I actually start doing real game dev for a multiplayer game. I wanna have all my bases covered as far as letting you log in and play the game, and on the flip side, being able to govern players if they act up. I hope that explains what I'm doing from a very high level view. I can show you a little bit more visually what the game I intend to make will look like. I have this set up to go in case anyone really cares to see it. Instead of running the real game, I'm going to run a prototype game that I made in about a week. It is modeled after the 1985 hit classic, Gauntlet. So there are two things primarily that I made this prototype for. One thing I wanted to make it for was to demonstrate the absolutely abysmal art. I'm just kidding. The simple art that I want to start with for the game, because I'm not a great artist. I'm an absolute novice. So I wanted to make the graphics of the game something pretty simple so that I can actually do it without a whole lot of complicated work or having to hire an artist. So basically the game I'm making is going to start out being very simple 2D pixel art. You are in the game as an avatar, and so are the other players, so are the NPCs, and you'll be able to move around tile by tile. So pretty simple. The other thing that this prototype demonstrates is the separation between client and server. Oh, thanks for the follow. Owenzia. You can see on the right there, if I click on the correct window, that as I'm playing the game, there are two kinds of messages flowing. The green ones are changes made from the client. So in this case, I'm controlling my movement by holding down a key or releasing the key. Or if I fire my axe, so it's a fire key. Every time I change my input, either where I move or I stop moving or I tell it to throw an axe or stop throwing, it's sending a message to the server. In this case, the D key is being held down, and here we release the fire key, right? Here is where I hit K to move, and there's where I release the movement key. These are messages being sent to the server. On the flip side, the server sends us messages very frequently whenever it needs to update something on screen, whether it's the score or the health or to change the position of any tile. And it kind of looks like this. For example, here's what health points and score to show, and here are changes to be made to the sprites. It used to be I sent all the sprites all the time. That's a lot of bytes, so it was more efficient to just include the sprites that changed, whether or not they are being added, removed, or changed. It shows up here in the sprite list. So for example, one sprite is saying, well, the hero is now at this position. 1, 2, 1, 5, and a Z level of 2. we have the concept of z-level in case we want to show ourselves on top of the floor instead of underneath the floor, for example. Anyway, I am going to use the same technique in the real game where the connection between the server and the client is over a WebSocket. That's what that WS is. And the messages over the WebSocket are JSON strings because the built-in tools in Chrome make it super convenient for debugging. I can pick apart any kind of message and I can see if anything looks wrong this way. Super convenient. And it's not optimized, so one concern is that when I have the real game going, it might be too slow. And at that time, I would probably change from JSON to some kind of binary thing and then just improve the tools I use for debugging, because ultimately I want to get the same information as conveniently, but there's a trade-off between making it very easy to debug and making it run fast enough. I guess a third thing that this prototype was designed to do is to test my understanding of entity component systems. So, for example, this game, my understanding of entity component systems is, at least the way I decided to do it, is the components of the game are all of the data. So, for example, where the hero is held in a position component, X and Y, right? The hero component has the score and the number of potions being held. A pickup component says whether something is a food, potion, treasure, or the exit, etc. It's data only, right? And then the systems of the game operate on this set of components and their data. And the way I've modeled that is through Lua right now to make it easy for me to change. So here are all the systems in that prototype game. You can move, you can fire. Weapons have their own system because they can strike enemies, they can hit the wall, they fly across the room. There's the AI, there's the generators, which are those bones that spawn the ghosts. The pickup system detects if the hero walks on top of a treasure and then it picks up the treasure. Hunger system slowly drains your health if you don't do anything. And the rendering system is sending those messages that we saw here to the client to update the screen. So this prototype, both the front end and the back end are in my GitHub, and they're MIT licensed, so you guys are free to take a look at it. And I like to show this because it gives an example of how I plan to do the game systems and the game components, simple structures, and then how I plan to at least render the art initially, and then how the communication between client and server works. So it's a nice, compact, easy to show example. I don't have to have the full game system multiplayer and all running to show you guys some of these elements. Thank you for the follows. Dries, Jans, and Zeki. And the messages, let me address the chat. How the message is sent, they are sent through WebSockets. So a WebSocket is basically a hijacked HTTP connection, which is on top of TCP. So a typical TCP connection looks like this, right? So you have a request to a web server. There's a method saying, hey, I want to get the resource. And you hear back, okay, you got the resource. And the resource is whatever you wanted, a web page, an image, or whatever. In this case, it was an image. So a WebSocket is that, but the first thing that we do in that is we say, we want to upgrade to a WebSocket, and the server says, okay, we're going to switch protocols. And then after we receive that, instead of closing the connection to the web server, it becomes a two-way street now where either side can send anything they want. They're called frames. They could be text, they could be binary. It's really convenient to make it text, and using JSON encoding with the debugging tools, like I said before, it makes it really easy to have nested structures, easy to look at. And if you were to look at this on the wire, it's this WebSocket protocol. It's a very thin protocol layer on top of TCP, on top of secure sockets layer to encrypt it, and that's on top of a socket, a network socket. And one thing that's really cool about WebSockets is in JavaScript, it's super easy to make them. You just do new WebSocket, and you use WS or WSS if you want it secure. host name and port number, and then you attach these listeners. The on-connected gets called if you successfully get a WebSocket connection. All that upgrade stuff works. Otherwise, you get an error, and then later, if it gets closed, you get the closed listener called. And if you receive any message, the message event listener is called. And once you have a socket connection, you can just do send to send anything you want. And I like JSON because it works really well in the debugger, and also it's super easy to use in JavaScript. You just say JSON stringify, and then you put an object, and it turns it into a string, and that you get that string to send. That's all you need to do. Super simple. If you were to have JavaScript on the server side, it would be just as easy on the other end. I am a glutton for punishment, and so I pick C++ on the back end. So I'm just kidding. I'm not a glutton for punishment. I just like to do things in C++ because I've been using it for years and years. Bad side of C++ is a lot of these super easy, convenient things are just not there in the language. That you get them from libraries, or you make your own library, which is what I did. So I made a WebSocket class that it can either be a client or a server end, and it has the same kinds of things we saw in the JavaScript. So there's a callback if you receive a message. There's a callback if it gets closed. And there's some extra things that you don't usually see in the JavaScript. There's ping and pong. That's to keep alive. And then I distinguish between receiving text and binary as two different functions. But it has the same kinds of things. You can open as a client. You can open as a server. And you can close. You can ping. You can send a text message. Send a binary. That's about it. So for my code, WebSocket sits on top of HTTP. So when you start a connection, you have to start with an HTTP request. And you have to provide an HTTP connection. So you have to already be talking to a web server. And this protocol level is on top of that. And then the server side, same thing. It expects that you're running a web server and it got a new connection, and then you're going to take it over as a WebSocket. Thanks for the follow, SciC Hosting. So yeah, I'm glad you like the content. I hope I'm explaining this well enough. I should probably take one of these explanations and kind of cut it out of the VOD and post it as a separate video, because sometimes it comes up more than once, and it'd be nice to link a video that explains it. TCP is the layer below HTTP. So fundamentally you have the physical layer, whether it's Ethernet or Wi-Fi or 3G or 4G or whatever. And on top of that you have IP, Internet Protocol. And on top of that you have TCP. And on top of that you have HTTP. And on top of that side by side with HTTP is WebSockets, right? Because WebSocket is just changing protocols from HTTP to WebSocket. But yeah, networking is all about layering of protocols. Each layer of the protocol adds something new, right? IP adds the address on top of the physical layer, as well as a few other things. TCP adds the concept of connection. You're either connected or you're not, and there's a port number. And then either HTTP or WebSockets adds to that TCP connection, it adds the concepts of messages, requests, responses, or in the case of WebSockets, it's frames going one direction or the other. What I find fascinating about network protocols is you can just take one slice of that stack and read about it, and it's actually pretty understandable. Like all that the IP protocol adds on top of the physical layer is like the address and a few different flags, and that's it. It's designed to be very lightweight, because every single packet's going to include that layer, and so you want it to be pretty light. The UDP protocol, for example, it's literally just two things. It is a checksum and a port number. Actually, it's a pair of port numbers, but that's it. That's the entire protocol. If you looked up the specification for UDP, I think it fits in like 10 pages. TCP, a little bit more advanced, because that concept of connections involves maintaining the connection. There's a handshake to make the connection. There's different states you could be in during that handshake. And then to improve performance and throughput, there's like algorithms and windowing and different things. that change the state of the connection and carry data along with that. So it gets a bit more complicated. You would tell me a joke about UDP, but I might not get it. Yeah, I don't get jokes. But you can tell it to chat, and they'll probably get it. The WebSocket protocol itself is actually not that bad. If I were to show you how the things are picked apart, it would be like when I parse a frame. When I receive a frame, there's a final bit, there are some reserved bits, there's a mask, there's an opcode, and then there's the payload. And if the opcode is text, then hey, this is a text message. If it's binary, then we're receiving a binary message. Close opcode means that it's a handshake saying bye-bye. So I'm a fan of reading RFCs. If you are too, the RFC for WebSocket, it's here, it's 6455. WebSocket protocol. And these tend to be kind of lengthy, so that's 71 pages. But if you pick it apart, there's a lot of overhead and examples and stuff. The core of the protocol is actually pretty short. Here it is. A lot of RFCs will look like that. It's just what I just described. There's the fin bit, the reserve bits, the opcode, the mask, and then there's the payload, and that's it. So it's really not that bad to understand if you can get through the verbosity. A lot of protocol work is in the fine details in the corner cases, like what if someone used a reserved opcode? What are we going to do if it's a reserved opcode? So there's probably a chapter here saying exactly what you're supposed to do for exactly every situation. Like that's what all these bulleted lists are probably. Following rules, right? So these are all to capture everything that might happen and what you may do, what you must do, what you must not do. And that's important to make sure that both ends of the WebSocket operate correctly. And I'm losing my voice from all this explanation. I hope you guys are enjoying it. So yeah. What was I working on? I think I was... I wasn't gonna do front end work. Oh, I could probably look at the Git commit so far to see what I was doing. Oh, I didn't check that in at all yet? Shame on me. I forgot what I was doing. I got really excited explaining that stuff and I forgot where I was. You're working on a test for bands. I think I had just added this event thing and I had added a card, right? About what I was going to do. Oh, right, and I forgot to tag it. Add the ability of players to open tickets. Oh, right, I didn't want to forget that. And that is an interface and moderation system thing. By the way, if you want to see these cards, they're there. And my notes, I also keep my notes in OneNote. I should talk about them because I need to end the stream soon because I'm really hungry and it's way past 4 hours. I keep a log every day where I plan in advance what I'm going to try to work on, and then I keep notes during the stream of your feedback. And I've been lazy about this, but when I catch up to it, I try to follow up on suggestions if I have more information. And all these notes and stuff are publicly available. Also, if I need to do some advanced research, I'll put them in here. So like if you wanted to know how to write a Twitch bot, I've looked up a bunch of stuff for you. It's there. If you want to know how TLS works, what kinds of libraries are out there, how you support certificates on both client and server side, I got some stuff for you. How AWS works, I got stuff. So yeah. There are also diagrams for my game specifically and for different things. Like, what was this about? Notes I took about WebSockets. Interesting stuff. So yeah, today I got through, in general, at a high level, this stuff. I did this for about an hour and a half, I think. So the facilities are there now where we can track additional information about players, we can ban them. Oh, I know what. Is that what we're talking about? I should make it so that you can't log in if you're banned. What did I miss? Oh, wowee. Wowee, look who's here. It's Raimi. A chicken with rice doesn't sound bad at this point. Okay, yeah. We have enough admin controls. I do need to revisit that you shouldn't be able to log in when you're banned. And you should get like a ban announcement, right? We should kick you and it should say you've been banned by, actually we won't say by, we'll just say you've been banned for this reason. Fill in this little tiny box at 6-point font to appeal, right? Need to add that, and then this moderation queue. Oh, I don't have this at all yet. I guess this will I'll work on this tomorrow. Yeah, I'll probably do this tomorrow. I'll introduce the moderation queue somewhat linked to the player controls or the events for a player, event history. This will probably take all day tomorrow as well. Yeah, I kind of got derailed by the explanation, but it's probably a good time to end the stream. I'm sorry if you're just joining. Anything you guys want me to talk about before I raid someone? I need to get some food in me, and then review my work and plan for tomorrow. While I wait and see if you have any questions, I'll go ahead and check stuff into Git. Because I was a bad programmer and didn't make small commits while I was going. Okay, added the ban system. Unban. Temporary ban. And then we added events. Okay, that's not too bad. I added the helper for admin. Let's make that a separate check-in. That's this guy, right? No, yeah, this one. We'll check that in with that. That's a good check-in. You think it's bad to have a lot of branches on a repository? Depends on what you mean by a lot. Like, when I was working at Qualcomm and I was seeing people working on the Android codebase, that was insane. They would make a branch every day automatically. They had a bot that would just make a new branch every morning. And they would never delete the branch. And it got to the point it was ridiculous. It would take people like an hour just to retrieve the list of branches from Git. And yeah, that would be bad. That would be too many branches. On the other hand, if you just had one branch and you were just not using them at all, that would probably also be bad. I think it depends on the project, how many people are working on it, and how many parallel efforts are going on. I would say a good balance point would be you should have a master branch for all your all your tip, the tip of the code base. Thanks for the follow, Bazor. A tip would be your master or main or whatever. Then you should probably have a branch for every release you're still supporting. So like 1.0, 2.0, 2.1. And then it'd probably be a healthy thing to have a branch for every work in progress, especially if there's more than one person, like there's a team. That's probably a good amount of branches. I'd call that healthy. Am I building mostly on Windows? Yes, but only because I'm comfortable there. I also have a Linux box, and it's actually still running, so I can show you that. I actually turned it on, I forgot to log into it. Let me show you what it looks like on Linux. I try to develop my code so I can build for Windows, Linux, or Mac. I have both Windows and Linux here. I'm going to run my servers on AWS, which is Linux. And then I have a MacBook. If I ever do a stream from the beach, you'll be seeing me stream from my MacBook. One of these days. I'm waiting for my Linux session to start up. There it is. So here's my Linux prompt. So I can go to the same projects and pull everything. And I can run, oh, I guess I should add my key. And pull everything from Git. This is the extra cost of running on 2 different computers or 2 different OSs. is whenever I push from one development environment, I got to pull from the other and rebuild. That's not too bad though. But I use the same tools on Linux as I do in Windows. So I use VS Code, and I also use CMake. The build on Linux is really nice because I can do it from the command line. And the first time you build, it's a little bit slower, but after that, it's reasonably fast. And I can go run the same server. So I can say, I don't have the same scripts I'm used to, but I have enough. So I can go to this orchestrator and I can say, actually it's already running as a service. So I can do, go back up a few directories. Sudo systemctl status omnia regna, and it's running. It's been running since yesterday, or since I started it up at, is that when I started it? 9:57? That sounds about right. So I can stop it, and I can start it back up again. And then I can look at its status, and then also it instead of going to the console directly, it's running under systemd, so I'm having it go to a log file here. So I can show you the same, it's the same kind of log I have in Windows with exactly the same stuff in it, only it's on Linux. And that's what I really enjoy, is that I can have software that's cross-platform. So yeah, got Linux, got Windows, and occasionally a Mac. More than 5 branches is too much. It depends on how many active branches you are. I think it's a good idea to keep a branch around for a release in case you have to patch it. But that release branch is not a branch you're going to go to all the time. And you'll know where to find it because usually you name the branch after the release version number. Out of topic, but any book recommendations for test-driven development? Test-driven development, not specifically, but I could find that. I can find that from my friend who is really into TDD. I can get some book recommendations for you. Let me, this one I'll try to follow up on. And if you're here next time, I'll let you know if you ask. I'll follow up on this and find for you. Yeah, off the top of my head, I don't know. What was my passphrase? You couldn't figure out my passphrase. You don't have a keylogger. 3.5-inch floppy disks. Five and a quarter is the size of the disks I remember using. Then we used 3.5 for a while, and then we ditched them. They build all the code myself? Yeah. They are platform specific, so that's two different things, right? I build the code. I made a little video showing like how I, for example, started this from scratch. If I were to start over from scratch, I'd do exactly what I did in that video. As far as setting up VS Code with the proper extensions, I use C++, I use CMake, and then since I made that video, I've also picked up the Test Explorer stuff, which lets me see all my unit tests here. Super convenient. And that's how I build my code with CMake. You'll see my code sprinkled around with the CMake lists that are listing my source files and describing include paths and dependencies. That's the general pattern that I try to follow. And as far as platform-specific libs, I've tried to push as much of that OS-specific stuff down into a special library, which is in my GitHub, by the way. It's a lovely little library, very messy, called System Abstractions. So for example, if you, for abstracting away network connections, I have networkconnection.hpp. And you can do things with it like, actually, I guess the formal interface is iNetworkConnection. You can do lovely things with it like connect and get the address of the other guy, get his port number, ask if we're connected, get our address and our port number, send a message, you know, the raw bytes to send, close the connection. And this process which does the callbacks asynchronously. So you can receive a message or you can be told that the connection got broken. You pass in functions that will receive the message or be told whether or not it was a clean break or not a clean break. And the way it's implemented depends on the OS. So under the source directory, There's Windows, there's POSIX, Mach, which is Mac OS, and then Linux. So for example, network connection on Windows uses the WinSock2. And for example, a connect involves calling socket and then set sock opt to change the linger option, and then connect, and then get sock name to get the actual port numbers that we've bound and the address that we bound. Because you could have more than one IP address. The one it's actually using, you might want to know. So compare that to what you do in POSIX, which is really BSD sockets. It looks like this. It's very similar, but subtly different. It's, again, socket, set sock opt, connect, and get sock name. But there are some things that are different. If I were to side-by-side compare these, you'd see them. For example, you can see on POSIX, I use the O non-block flag. Whereas on Windows, I did something different. What did I do? I used the processor's... No, where was it? I used the WSA event select. So I use non-blocking I/O on BSD sockets, but for Windows, I use the WSA event select. And then waiting for something that happens is different between Windows and BSD sockets. So I decided to do it this way. Where is it? We wait for multiple objects, and one of the things we can wait for is that WSA event, socket event. And then this one we use if on our end we decide to queue up a new message or tell it to disconnect or whatever. On the POSIX side, it's a little bit different. Oh, we're being raided. Hey there, Irish John. How's your stream? Welcome, Irish John Gaming Raiders. Yeah, get both the host and the raid notification. So yeah, on POSIX, it's a bit different. Instead of doing wait for multiple objects where we use this WSA socket event, instead I do a select, and we pick different file descriptors that we care about. I think the socket itself is one, and then also I have a special object called that I call a pipe signal, where I have a signal, something that acts like a signal but is really a pipe. So it's to work around these differences between OSs is why I hid them inside of this library called System Abstractions, and that's just an example. So another quick example would be like, how do you start a process in Linux, for example? Would like a detached process, right? So all this logic about fork and then exec on a POSIX like OS or Linux, and then on Windows it's completely different. It is for detach. Where's detach? Start detached. It's a create process. Detached process. It's just completely different, but the interface is the same. It's just start detached, what program and what arguments you want, so that from anywhere else in my code, I don't have to care what OS I'm on most of the time. Sometimes I have to worry about things like that, like it's .exe in Windows and Linux is not, but otherwise, most of the time I don't care, because this library, the whole point of this library was to abstract away the system. So what am I doing? I'm just wrapping up my stream, actually. It's that time of day where we raid each other right when we're about to end the stream. But today I worked on sorting the diagnostic messages for my server cluster so they're all in order. And then I worked on enhancing player profiles for my game so that we can add things like moderator notes, change history, we can ban players now. And this is all in preparation for making a moderation system for the game. So I want to have a queue that moderators can process efficiently for things like if someone opens a trouble ticket, or someone flags someone else for doing something bad, or someone makes a new player account, we want to review the name to make sure it's not a bad word, that kind of thing. And that I've done all the back-end stuff for attaching the data we need in the I already lost my windows. The player record now has this extra information here, whether or not they're banned, and then I just left it generic array of events that we can have. So one event might be some moderator saying, this guy's a jerk. Another kind of event might be, they have opened a ticket because their client is crashing. Another event might be, they changed their name from X to Y. So this is fundamentally how it's going to be stored in my database. And I've been adding commands and other support structure to actually enable you to change these. And then I think tomorrow I'm going to either work on the front end for this or more back-end stuff for the actual queue from the moderators. But I'll leave you guys with I'll repeat my little demo, my little spiel. So I'm making a multiplayer version of this, and this is a mock-up, really primitive prototype that's illustrating three things. The art style that I'm going to shoot for at the beginning, because I'm not an artist, so it's going to be pretty simple, 2D pixel art tile-based graphics. So it doesn't look like much, so this kind of game isn't going to be for people who want realistic graphics. It's just going to be my first game, so I'm starting simple. The art style is going to look like that. Sorry. The second thing I'm illustrating is that there is a separation here between the game running in my browser and then the back end of the game, which is running on a server somewhere in C++, front end being in JavaScript, and between them there is a WebSocket connection where all the information about what we're doing on the front end, like moving, firing, all that stuff, is sent to the server, and the server sends us back what to draw on the screen whenever anything changes. Like someone moves around, like in this case, the hero moved to X4, Y8, and they are not spinning. The only thing that spins in this prototype game is actually the axes that I throw. They're kind of janky because it's a debug build, so don't pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Do I use Lua? I use Lua right now for prototyping game logic, so... By the way, all of this prototype stuff is in my GitHub. So in Iron Dash Glove in my GitHub, there is the front end, and in Iron Glove backend, there's a systems.lua where all of the game systems for that little prototype fit within 450 lines of Lua, and there are 8 game systems. So if you know a little bit about Entity Component System, this will be familiar to you. The act of moving your character around is done by one function called player movement, and that function, what it does is it looks up the input component of the player and then looks to see what key you have held down at that time, and if there's not something in the way, it changes your position component. All the components are in the back end as just plain old data structures, so like position is super simple. It's just your X and Y coordinates, right? For the real game, it's going to be a lot more complicated. There'll be more data. There'll be more systems. Where'd my systems go? I guess I should have pinned that file. Oops. Yeah, where is it? Here it is. So there'll be more systems. The components will be a lot more data. And that's why I made this dinky little prototype, because it lets me show you guys the look and feel roughly what it'll be like, only much more complicated. So yeah, oh, thanks for the follow tracks. I didn't see that. Everyone copied BSD sockets? That's true, Nui. BSD sockets was a pretty good model. So WinSock in Windows is pretty much the same, only Microsoft did its thing and changed just enough to make it a real hassle to write code that compiles to both libraries. So yeah, if this is just hopefully giving you guys who haven't been here before a taste of what I've been doing. I only have this prototype game. It's single player. You can download it and build it and all that stuff. But I'm working towards making a stable baseline on which to build a multiplayer game that looks like that, and hopefully gets better than that as I put more content and more attention to the art in there. And so tomorrow, if this is interesting, please visit again. Tomorrow I'll be working on the moderation queue of the game. I feel like I need to have this before I make any kind of game running anywhere that's multiplayer, because inevitably we'll have people trolling or causing issues, and I need to have at least me addressing any issues that come up. So if someone raises a trouble ticket, or someone flags someone else, or someone picks a naughty word for their player name, I need to have a system that's easy to use where I can moderate. So I'm going to be working on that tomorrow. Do you have any experience working with Visual Studio extensions? No, I'm just a user of extensions. But I've heard that they're not too bad if you're familiar with JavaScript. It's not too bad. I want to know whether it's possible to make an extension that cooperate with Google Chrome extension. Probably. There are probably already example extensions out there that do that. You know, my first thought would be, or my first thought is, Google search extensions out there that already do that. And you'll probably find one without too much trouble. Even if it's doing something different, you could take a look at what they did and get ideas. Yeah. So I'm going to be working on the moderation queue tomorrow, probably mostly back-end stuff, although I might do some front-end work. The front end of the real game right now is in two pieces. There's this admin console where I can see any server's diagnostic log, and I can see the state of the game cluster. See, right now it's not running. And then I'll stop the prototype and run the real thing, and we'll see it go to green as it starts up. It's replaying the log there, now it's going green. All three servers are now online. The L for 11 means it's the leader server. It's using a consensus algorithm that Diego Ongaro, a PhD student, designed, and I'm just implementing it. Each server has a complete state of the game. We have 3 of them so that if any one of them goes down, the game continues to run. The client would just switch over to a different server and not lose any state, because constantly these servers are exchanging notes on what changes in the game. That's why when I go to any of these servers, I see the same kinds of actions being replayed in the log about me testing the login stuff earlier. So I have this admin console, and then the player console really is just testing login stuff for now. I can log in. If I refresh, it reuses a token to re-log in. You can see the token there. And I can change my email address if I want. And I can log out. I can log back in. What was it? Correct battery horse staple. I think that was my login. Yeah, if we log in successfully, we get a new token. And yeah, I'm going to be adding a moderation queue and a few other things like the password reset. If you forget your password, right now it generates the token and it says it emailed you, but it doesn't actually do that. I need to fill that in. And then a few other things, and I'll be ready to actually start building a game on top of this, which will be fun. That won't be for a while, though. I need to get the moderation system in. I need to get the password reset email stuff going, and then a few other things. That'll probably take me a few more weeks. I say this every week, that it'll be a few more weeks. So what does that mean? Realistically, a few more months before I actually start doing real game dev? Seems that I've made a lot of progress since 15 days ago. To me, it seems real slow because I'm conscious of every single minute I work on it, so it seems like a long time. But thank you. All right, so that's about all I have to show for today. So I'm going to leave you guys with someone else, if that's okay with you. I'll go introduce you to someone who is also streaming here on Twitch. There are a lot of people streaming right now. Oh, iPhoneCraft is streaming Botland. You know what that means? I'm supporting Adam13531, who is making a game called Botland, and which you can play now at play.bot.land. And it looks like iPhoneCraft is streaming it right now. So I'm going to raid him because I want to promote Botland. And after I'm done watching this ad, I will go hit the raid button. Actually, I guess I could start the raid now. It looked like he was going. So hopefully you'll enjoy and try out Botland. I'm a supporter of Adam's game. He's trying to release it this year. It's a pretty cool game. In the browser, it's a strategy game. You script bots to either defend a CPU or attack another player's CPU. We're gonna go say hi to iPhoneCraft and see how he's doing with the game. So thank you all, and I hope to see you tomorrow. My schedule is 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. I'll be here tomorrow morning. Bye. See ya. Bye-bye.